All right. Good morning, everyone. Going forward for the next few weeks, stream will be starting around 7 instead of 6:30 ish. I have to hardwire my system until I can afford a new stream PC and Wi-Fi card. And I'm purchasing a gun from my brother first, so priorities. He actually pawned it because they're moving and they needed the money, so I'm gonna pay their pawn and his will be mine. Because it's gonna cost me several $100s less to buy his gun than it will to build one, so it's the order of operations changed. But we do get to stream in the meantime since another satellite has failed. Do not recommend the Nighthawk mesh system. I've had 2 of their satellites fail on me.
Normandy. Their job is to sneak up on and shoot up 2 key enemy radar positions. This will cut a vital gap in the radar coverage through which the coalition strike aircraft can stream into Iraq to hit their targets. E2 and E3 airborne warning and control aircraft, referred to as AWACS, are orbiting near the border, directing operations and keeping an eye on Iraqi airspace. directing operations and keeping an airborne warning and control aircraft, referred to as AWACS, are orbiting near the border, directing operations and keeping an eye on Iraqi airspace. Air-to-air refueling tankers are now refueling the aircraft of the enormous 1st Striking Force over Saudi Arabia. For the last few months, large formations of coalition aircraft have massed every night near the border, so as not to cause a specific alarm in the enemy command structure when the air war does start. What Iraqi radars can't see tonight is the further formations of aircraft massing further away from the border at low level. F-117 stealth aircraft have also crossed the border unescorted and head for Baghdad. It's unclear whether their stealth technology will be potent.
Ну что, неплохой день, господа. А вот тут друган мой бывал точно. Опачки. Нормально, нормально. Бабом. Ну чё, пацанчики, ну-ка, блядь, все сюда ко мне. Ну и чё тут? Ну чё, пацанчики? Ну-ка, блядь, все сюда ко мне. Есть кто, нет? Ну, шкура цела уже неплохо. Нормас, нормас. Охуенно, сейчас поживимся. Нормально, нормально.
I don't know how long I've been muted. I apologize.
Cloak them from the massive fire control radars around the heavily defended city. They are to hit key communications infrastructure in the city, hindering Central Military Command's ability to coordinate their air defense sites around the country. One of the main targets is the International Communications Center in central Baghdad, through which 50% of all military comms traffic is routed. These vital strikes are needed to protect the main assault aircraft when they attack in the coming hours. In the end, the stealth bombers circle Baghdad undetected, waiting for H-hour. A few minutes before H-hour, the US Air Force fires the first shots of the war, launching 35 AGM-86 cruise missiles from the Barksdale B-52s at communication sites and power plants. Simultaneously, coalition naval battle groups begin launching Tomahawk cruise missiles at mainly communications targets in Baghdad. Two of the ships launching Tomahawks, the USS Missouri and Wisconsin, are battleships that first saw service in World War II, and will serve their country once more. The Tomahawks will navigate to their targets using an onboard system that identifies and follows known landmarks and terrain contours on the route to the target. Because much of the direct route to Baghdad from the Persian Gulf is flat desert, the cruise missiles must follow a longer easterly route over more hilly, trackable terrain near the Iranian border. The missiles fly at subsonic speed, so while these are the first shots to be fired, the US Army would have the honor of the first shots to explode. The two groups of Apaches arrive near two radar sites 30 seconds early, and come to hover in lines of 4 abreast. As they wait for precisely 2:38 AM, they watch the compound through their infrared cameras. At first, it appears that the Iraqis are oblivious to their presence. But with 10 seconds
Here in a few minutes, I've got to go and get my nieces off of the bus. They went
at
and
2:38 AM, H-hour.
they went to school, got there. The heat was not working, so they're sending them home.
Desert storm begins.
So I'll have one child today, so I may have to leave occasionally to do to mind them. The other two are gonna go to a friend's house.
The Apaches unleash a few
Family friend's house.
on the radar installations. Hellfire missiles are first aimed at power generators. Further
But that's what's going on right now.
Hellfires and 70mm rocket
So here in a few minutes, I've got to go and get them off of the bus. They'll be here at 8:25.
are fired on radar dishes, command vehicles, and communication.
No boss. My character's doing this weird stutter thing. I don't understand how it's using all of my memory, but it's not utilizing the entire GPU, right? I don't understand. I don't understand. And what's with this latency, bro? Like, I don't get it. Like, it's only using 16 gigs of my memory. 20% of my, like, it only uses 20 to 40% of everything. I don't understand why. Give me more frames and use more. I don't understand. But Wow. First raid, first cheater. That's crazy. All for a fucking gazelle. That's ridiculous, bro. That's ridiculous. Refuse to shoot me in the fucking... Ridiculous, bro. Piece of trash. A lot of people are good, but they're not that good. Right, we're going. Yeah, fuck off. You stupid piece of shit. Fucking useless. Fucking useless. All for this fucking piece of shit ass armor, dude. Literally. It's literally for this piece of shit armor. Not even kind of good, bro. Like, fuck off. Fucking losers. Oh, fuck, he bought that stupid shit. Ba, 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 ba. Watch this guy just come out of fucking nowhere. See him? He pops out from right here. Hits me first bullet. Like, he's just waiting right there. Like, his entire play was just waiting behind this for somebody to walk up. But he shouldn't have been able to hear me, because like, if you like that distance walking like that, there's no way that man should be able to hear me. He knows I'm there. He's just waiting right here behind this fucking thing. Unless you're telling me that that single fucking bar of sound can be heard all the way over here. If you're telling me that walking like that can be heard behind here, there's literally no reason to walk anywhere. You should be sprinting everywhere. Like, you literally shouldn't crouch walk anywhere if that's how the sound works. But it's not. Like, he shouldn't have been able to hear me there. Just...
А вот тут друган мой был, точно.
Hey bro, can I have that mask? Awesome, thank you so much. Legend. Huge. What the fuck? No! He didn't pick it up? That's fucking dumb.
Заеби сюда.
Ready to die again because we have a fucking gazelle on? It doesn't matter. They can see it in your backpack. Doesn't make a fucking difference.
Antennas, as the attack helicopters move in closer. They expend everything
At least now, like, most of these cheaters will have standard accounts.
they have on the site.
Like, that's a positive. Like, if somebody's hardcore cheating on their account, like, it will be banned and they will buy a standard account.
Such as the importance to knock out the radar. The Apache
Which
crew is
means
then moving
all of their account stats will be reset. You'll be able to look at their account and see how they've been playing and stuff. Now, if you get one tapped, like what just happened to me, by a dude that's got less than 500 hours, right? He probably was banned, and this is another account.
standing
this
with
point.
30mm cannon. An enormous explosion ends the attack when an ammunitions dump is hit by cannon fire. During the 4 minutes of destruction, 27 Hellfires, 100 rockets, and 4,000 cannon rounds have been unleashed on the sites. The crews report in total destruction of the 2 sites for no loss. They turn back to the border. The first aircraft of the first strike wave screams overhead. The air war is underway. 3 EF-111 radar jamming aircraft rush towards Baghdad to provide jamming support for the F-117s in case they are detected. With coalition aircraft streaming into Iraq, it's crucial that the stealth bombers knock out comms infrastructure.
Let me show you how we do stuff around here.
Actually, my department uses Monday.com, so I'm good.
A work management tool? No, that's not for me.
Well, Monday.com is all about flexibility.
All about flexibility.
Maintain stealth, the F-117s
That got created stuff.
are
Monday.com.
unable to use their radios to report on progress. Commanders at the Coalition Tactical Air Control Center, the TAC, won't know if the crucial task has been successfully completed until the aircraft are near the Saudi border on their return journey. The strike aircraft will be deep inside Iraq by then. But this is the first major war to take place during the new age of communications and international live television. Believing the imminent start of the new conflict after the UN deadline passing, live news channels have sent reporters into Baghdad. At the TAC, they spot that a reporter is live on CNN, reporting hearing aircraft over the city. The news streams almost definitely route through the International Communications Center, a primary target for the F-117s. CNN is put up on the large screens in the TAC. At 0300, the precise moment the first bombs should be falling on target, CNN lose the live feed from their reporter on the ground. A cheer erupts.
Excuse me. Oof. Sorry.
F-117 strikes stir the hornet's nest, and 2,000 anti-aircraft guns in Baghdad open fire into the night sky. Stealth can protect the aircraft from radar-guided missiles, but blindly fired anti-aircraft fire in such volume will be equally deadly if a lucky direct hit is scored. They drop 17 paveway guided bombs on 13 targets, radio towers, command bunkers, and a palace just outside the city, incorrectly believed to have been housing Saddam Hussein himself. Shortly after, the first of 116 Navy-launched Tomahawks begin to fall on Baghdad, hitting party headquarters, a Scud ballistic missile factory, another presidential palace, and other targets of importance. A British journalist watches from his Baghdad hotel window as a Tomahawk screams past him at eye level down the street and hits the Ministry of Defense building at the end of it. Some Tomahawks carry special warheads which contain long strips of carbon filament. These missiles fly over power transformers and switching stations and release these
Hopefully this guy went in the mall. Very well might die here. Right, so there's a player in this, like underneath and over here. I don't know if he's in this right here or on the other side. Yeah, there's a guy in there still. Here you go. This is interchange. It was almost this bad whenever I started fucking playing. Ah, yeah, so good. He's level 29 and he's only got 163 hours. This is bullshit. He does this on purpose. 3.3, he's got 661 kills, but only 163 hours in game. Yeah. That's 2 raids in a row on these servers. We've died to cheaters. Welcome to America. Three pennies in a ball of lint, kid. It's pretty easy to tell cheaters now. With the recent bans and the elimination of VOD accounts, you like these people with ungodly aim and crazy game knowledge who only have less than 200 hours. Like those aren't real people. Those are cheaters. If they have ungodly aim and game knowledge, you know, they have enough. They have as much game knowledge as you, right? Like they're probably cheating. They were banned. Oh man, they were banned. All for these piece of shit armors, bro. Like, it's literally what it's all about. That's why I've died. These 2 raids in a row. All for these fucking dog shit armors. They're not even that good, bro. Like literally, this one is just as good. It takes the same fucking plates. It literally takes the same fucking plates. It only costs 39,000 rubles. At this point, you might be retarded if you're buying gazelles to run over these. I mean, it's darker in color. I mean, these things are fucking bright. You can see them from across the map. They're like those white armors. Like they're almost as bad as that. Like if you're wearing anything other than these two, like look at that. Look at that. The Zook is half the price of the fucking gazelle just because it's a gazelle for that quest. It's all about the quests. All about those stupid fucking quests, man. That's not good. Elgato video. Huh. We're gonna be dying in 2 years trying to do this fucking quest all goddamn day. Oh man. We've played 2 raids and we've died to 2 people on standard accounts with less than 200 hours. I love this song. You think about me now and then. You think about me now and then.
Нормально, нормально.
Bro, I've died twice this morning already. I've played 2 raids and I've died to 2 cheaters on interchange. Trying to do hot delivery. Actually ridiculous. Literally, they hunt me down and then they just one tap me in the face. And since we can look at their profiles, like it's so goddamn obvious. Like it's not even they're not even slick, bro. Like they have more game knowledge than me and their aim is ungodly, but they have less than 300 hours in raid or in the game total. It's like it's not even like oh, maybe he just got really lucky. It's like, nah, bro. Nah. People aren't that lucky. People aren't so lucky that they acquire 5,000 hours in game knowledge. That doesn't happen.
Чики-брики, пальчик выкинь. Шалава.
He had a KD in 91. He wasn't even trying to fly under the radar.
Заебись, удачно зашли.
So like, what I found is most of them, they keep their SR under 50, but their KD goes up and up and up and up and up. Bro has, it's, I don't know, man. It's just one shot you a good 180 to 200 meters out.
Давай, мочи!
Fake TTV name? Yeah, it happens. It happens quite often. The fake TTV name is just weird, bro. I think a lot of people do it as a meme, but it's like not even, it's not even a funny meme. It never was. It wasn't a funny meme 2 years ago when they were doing it in fucking Apex Legends, and it's not funny now. I think I've looked up one TTV name in the 5,000 hours or the 4,000 hours I've played in this game. And it didn't come back as anything, so like I haven't looked up another one since. Like, what's the fucking point since 99% of them aren't real accounts? Like, I don't care enough about you to like go to your Twitch account, like, at all. Don't care enough about you. You're not that important. You killed me in a video game. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I sleep fine at night. I wish you could click on the front plates. Or like click on the armor somewhere and like, you know what I mean? Drop down menu for plates as well. A little tab. Oh, I couldn't care less. I don't. I'll kill him and move on with my life. I don't really. Also, most people aren't putting 400, 500 hours into a game on a standard account like that. Like, most people, if they're going to play that many hours in that short a time, like, they're going to upgrade to EOD before they make it to 400. Like, in most instances, right? Dude's played 400 hours in the past 20 days. Like, that account was 23 days old, and he had 400 hours in game. Yeah, it's rare to see players who have not. Exactly. Like, most people know that when they, like, after they put 100 hours in game, whether or not they're going to play it. Apart from your son, he's just over 900 hours on a basic account. Some people really enjoy the grind to, like, Kappa from standard. Some people really enjoy that. I'm not. I don't like grindy stuff. I'm not super into the grindy stuff. Like, not my vibe. He doesn't play Tarkov too much unless he's playing with you. What does he play usually? Oh, he doesn't play much of anything now, right? He's kind of doing other things. Rust and DayZ, okay. I used to watch Smoke. Going to Airsoft a fair bit, 3 days a week. Wow. Yeah, I was in a corner, like, Airsoft is fun. It's good training, as long as you train right. Gotta love ads. Oof. Ugh. There he is. And you're back. Welcome back. Airsoft can be really good training, as long as you're training right with it. My first raid, I died to RFMJ, and then my last raid, I died to BCP FMJ. You go that way. I honestly didn't think it would be this difficult to drop the gazelles. I was wrong. I was wrong. We're just gonna run until we die or make it to an extract. It shouldn't be marked or tagged or anything. No one hit power. Fair enough. Moon just come up. Can't wait just over a week until you're going away. Oh yeah, that's exciting. Unless they're up here with me, it should be very hard for them to see me against this wall from over there. Just like I can't see them all. I can't see underneath. They shouldn't be able to see me against this wall. Yeah. All right, guys. I will be right back. I gotta go and get the girls off of the
You
bus
strip into them,
because they
causing the
canceled school. Canceled school because the heat went out in their school, so they're sending them back home.
Electrical
I'll be
components
back.
spark, short out, and burst into flames. 5 electrical facilities are hit. The B-52 launched cruise missiles fall on further communication sites and power generation facilities, including the Al Musayib Thanal power plant. After a grueling flight across the Atlantic and Mediterranean to get here, the B-52s will now fly back to Louisiana without landing. The 14,000-mile mission takes 35 hours, requiring 57 tanker sorties, a demonstration of American global reach. With Iraqi command and control seriously degraded, the 668-strong first wave of strike aircraft with fighter escort begin hitting military targets across Iraq: SAM sites, Scud missile sites, command and control bunkers, and airfields. RAF Tornado and US Navy F-14 interceptor aircraft patrol the Iraqi border and orbit Iraqi Air Force bases, waiting for the enemy fighters to come out to fight. One formation, a strike package of F-15E Strike Eagles, escorted by F-15C fighters and an EF-111 radar jamming aircraft, hit Scud missile launch sites in the western desert, attempting to prevent Scud launches against nearby Israel. With the alarm now raised, the Iraqi Air Force is in the air defending their nation, setting up combat air patrols near key installations. With the strikes against the launchers underway, an F-15 detects a single Iraqi Mirage fighter nearby and destroys it with a Sparrow missile. Another Mirage moves in close behind the low-flying EF-111 and fires a missile. The 111 makes a violent turn and evades. At this point, an F-15 above spots the hostile aircraft and dives in to engage. Spotting the attacking Eagle, the Mirage itself makes a violent maneuver to evade the American fighter, but in doing so crashes into the ground. The unarmed EF-111 pilot is credited with a maneuvering kill. Another F-15C Eagle has just crossed the border into Iraq, and the pilot detects a distant, unidentified contact on his radar. Rules of engagement require the pilot to ask one of the E-3 command and control aircraft for permission to fire. The contact begins to maneuver aggressively, and the E-3 grants permission to fire. The long-range Sparrow missile flies into the distance, and the pilot sees the fireball as it detonates. The enemy aircraft downed is a modern and dangerous MiG-29 Fulcrum, piloted by a veteran of the Iran-Iraq War with 3 kills on his record. A flight of F-4G Wild Weasel aircraft are some of the many aircraft on their way to Baghdad to attack radar sites and SAM sites. Because of the volume of coalition assets in the area, the escorting F-15s are constantly investigating potentially hostile contacts that turn out to be friendly. After a few false alarms, Captain Steve Tate finally finds an enemy Mirage. He engages with a Sparrow missile, and the fireball confirms the kill. Multiple flights of aircraft are inbound to Baghdad to attack SAM and radar sites. Given the heavy air defences around the city, this could be a treacherous task. The US Navy aircraft make their first major play of the night. A-6 intruders to the west launch decoy glider drones towards the city, intended to trick the defending SAM sites into switching on their radars. It works, and many surface-to-air missiles are launched against them. The Iraqis believe they've scored multiple kills. What they don't see are the US Navy FA-18 Hornets armed with high-speed anti-radar missiles, HARMs, coming in behind. The HARMs lock onto the radar signals coming from the SAM sites on the ground as they engage the drones. A further 37 BQM-74 jet-powered drones approach from the south and orbit the city. Some are shot down by MiGs, but the rest are tracked and engaged by the SAM sites on the ground. The F-4s and FA-18s move in and launch 75 HARMs, destroying approximately 35 installations. The idea of offering bait drone aircraft to the air defences for the Wild Weasels to engage is that of Brigadier General Larry Pooh-Bah Henry. The engagement during Desert Storm becomes known as Pooh-Bah's Party. Another flight of 4 FA-18s are approaching the large airbase H-3 in western Iraq with an E-2 Hawkeye carrier-launched early warning aircraft
Here's one thing you need to do before buying anything online. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first. Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals online when you shop from major retailers like Amazon and Target. You can drop prices automatically. I can show you how, but I can't do it for you. People are saving real money doing this. $160 million in the last year. Across thousands of different retailers, you'll immediately see this. See what I mean? You'll see better prices you had no idea existed. And you don't even have to ask. They just show up automatically. Download this free tool that'll give you access to the deals. Just click, click. Done. That's it. Simple. It takes all of 10 seconds, and there's no need to enter any personal information. There's no technical mumbo jumbo. It's that easy. What are you waiting for? It takes less than 30 seconds to start saving. And this is all 100% free.
Quick Parts helps you take your design idea all the way through to prototype or low volume production. Once you have a 3D drawing file, Quick Parts can help you choose the best material and finishing for your application. We can help bring your concept into reality. Quick Parts. Precision prototyping and parts production. On demand, on time, every time.
Above. A pair of MiG-29s move to engage the Hornets, but F-15s dive in and easily add 2 more kills to their impressive and growing tally. With 30 miles to go, the E-2 calls out 2 elderly MiG-21s aggressively attacking head-on. The Hornets are impressive multi-role aircraft. Lieutenant Commander Fox switches from ground attack to air-to-air mode with the flick of a switch. He locks onto one MiG, while his wingman locks onto the other. Fox fires a Sidewinder missile, and his wingman fires a Sparrow. Both hit. Both pilots calmly switch their aircraft back to ground attack mode, and almost without breaking step complete their bombing raid on the airfield. A powerful demonstration of the efficiency of multi-role aircraft in modern warfare. Further B-52s and F-111s drop conventional bombs on the elite Iraqi Army Corps, the Republican Guard, to soften them up and as a show of the military power that they're up against. It's claimed that fear of the B-52's conventional bombing capability caused mass Iraqi surrenders later on in the war. A B-52 is hit by a US missile in a friendly fire incident and crashes on the way home. The air assault is going nearly perfectly at this point, but the TAC planners know that statistically their luck must change. And it does. A squadron of FA-18s from the USS Saratoga, known as the Sunliners, are on their way to take part in Pooh Bar's party, when the leader detects a MiG-25 interceptor in front of them. He requests permission from the AWACS to engage, but the AWACS radar can't find the bandit, and so permission is denied. There are hundreds of coalition aircraft in the air, so rules of engagement are tight to reduce friendly fire. The MiG slips away, but later shoots down another Hornet in the squadron, killing Lieutenant Commander Michael Speicher. Dawn breaks in the desert, and further waves move in. The British Tornadoes have perhaps the most dangerous job of the first 24 hours. 12 aircraft scream over the desert at just 200 feet towards Talil Air Base. The RAF's 2-seater Tornado GR-1 is a specialist in runway busting. In the first day of a hypothetical hot war with the Soviet Union, Tornadoes would maraud over the border into Eastern Europe to neutralize enemy airfields. Today they carry their specialist weapon, the JP-233, a system that drops a combination of 30 runway cratering bomblets on the runway and 215 anti-personnel mines to hinder the repair process after. Anti-aircraft fire is much heavier than expected, as they line up on the two parallel runways at 180 feet. Pushing through the barrage, each aircraft releases its two JP-233 dispensers. The runways are shredded, and the anti-personnel mines are scattered across both runways and across the airfield, waiting to punish any repair workers who attempt to make the runways operational again. All aircraft make it out, but the crew report that the flak was heavier than forecast, and that they were in fact very lucky to make it back undamaged. A short time later, in the southeast of Iraq, another wing of 4 tornadoes approach our Ramallah airbase at low level, each this time with 8 conventional 1,000-pound bombs. Just before the target, the aircraft will pull up into a climb and release their bombs, thereby throwing the bombs in an arc at the target. The downward momentum when they hit allows the bombs to penetrate into the ground before exploding, maximizing damage. Because the bombs are released at range, a target computer calculates the precise release moments during the climb. Flight Lieutenants John Peters, the pilot, and John Nichol, the navigator, begin their attack run. Ferocious flak opens up on them, and their aircraft is physically buffeted by the nearby explosions. They begin their climb. There's a problem. They have some kind of fault in their targeting computer, and it's not releasing their bombs. They continue to climb as they try to quickly rectify the problem. They're now almost twice the height they should be, and very vulnerable. Peters aborts and rolls the aircraft nearly upside down to bank and dive away. Descending and accelerating, they make for safety, but just after they level out, they're hit by a shoulder-launched SAM. Both men eject, but are captured by the Iraqis, suffering severe maltreatment. The airstrikes continue without rest throughout the day, against military and communications installations across the country. By day, A-10 Warthogs hit radar sites along the Iraqi border, similar to those that the Apaches had hit during the night. U-2 spy planes overfly Iraq to search for mobile Scud launchers. Special operations helicopters loiter near Baghdad to pick up downed aircrew. Further coalition aircraft join the strikes from bases in Turkey. 12 French Jaguars attack the Scud missile facility at the Ahmed al-Jaber Air Base in Kuwait, and 4 take heavy damage from flak. The coalition takes some further losses throughout the day, mostly from anti-aircraft fire on low-level missions. In the evening, 4 elderly A-6 intruders are the latest to approach Airbase H-3 with laser-guided bombs. They split into 2 pairs and attack from different directions at low level. One aircraft is hit by a SAM. The crew eject and are later captured. Another aircraft is hit, but makes it to Saudi Arabia. Over the first 24 hours of the air war, 2,775 sorties are conducted against strategic Iraqi targets. The Iraqi Air Force flies just 120 sorties, losing 8 aircraft. Some of the Iraqi jets flee to their recent enemy, Iran. 19 coalition aircraft are lost or damaged in day 1. Saddam Hussein declares that the mother of all battles has begun. The air assault continues for 5 weeks, pounding the Iraqi military at a rate of 2,500 bombing sorties per day. Largely, the Iraqi Air Force, the 4th largest air force in the world, doesn't come out in full force to fight, and therefore the dangerous low-level attacks on airfields are reduced in favour of hitting mobile Scud launchers. 39 coalition aircraft are lost in combat during the air campaign, with another 36 lost in accidents. Gradually, attacks are shifted towards degrading the Iraqi military itself. The ground invasion of Iraq to liberate Kuwait will begin on the 24th of February.
Marcus is a connoisseur of anything that's free. So he was happy to read the disclaimer on TurboTax Free Edition.
Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at turbotax.com. That's me!
File your taxes 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your max refund guaranteed. Make your moves count. See if you qualify at turbotax.com.
Late on the 23rd of February 1991, 10 Special Forces reconnaissance teams of the US 3rd and 5th Special Forces Groups crossed the border into Iraq by helicopter. They are to join Green Beret, Delta Force and British SAS operatives already in Iraq. In just a few hours' time, the ground invasion to liberate Kuwait will begin, and these invisible eyes in the desert will report on Iraqi division movements. Operation Desert Storm has been ongoing for 5 weeks. A 35-nation-strong coalition formed as a response to the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait has been engaged in a massive bombing campaign against Saddam Hussein's Iraq. With an average of 2,500 bombing sorties per day, the command and control structures and logistics lines to Saddam's army in the east have been severely degraded. More recently, the bombing has shifted towards Iraqi troops themselves, aiming to soften them up and weaken their resolve to fight such a superior enemy. Coalition Navy ships have also blasted Iraqi positions near the Kuwaiti coast with naval gunfire. President George H.W. Bush issues a final ultimatum to Saddam Hussein: leave Kuwait by 8 p.m. on the 23rd of February, or face a ground invasion.
Get somewhere on my down.
Like the ultimatum preceding the air campaign, this is no bluff, and G-Day, the beginning of the ground invasion, is scheduled to begin
What
at 4 a.m.
the
on
fuck?
the 24th. General Norman Schwarzkopf, Commander-in-Chief of Coalition Forces, arrives at Central Command in Riyadh.
The bus was 10 minutes late, boys.
Along the front line.
I'm so sorry. I'm sure you had to watch ads. I am muy apologetic. You had to watch YouTube ads. Gross. On a ferry for 3 nights down to Santander, Spain. 2 full nights there, 3 nights. Sail back on ferry. Hell yeah, that sounds like fun. Regular ads. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Why isn't it? I think this will do better than the current stream PC. The current one only has DDR3. It doesn't have it was supposed to have Wi-Fi, but it doesn't. Doesn't AMD have an integrated graphics that I can stream with now on their CPUs? I'm pretty sure OBS will let me I'm pretty sure that AMD. No, only the CPUs that have a G on the ends. I thought all the Sur 5s. Had integrated graphics. No. Oof.
mademoiselle.
Only the CPUs with G on the end. Hmm. None of these have G. Hmm. Card description integrated. It does have integrated graphics. Yeah, but what CPU? Okay. It has Radeon graphics. AMD 7 mobile processors with Radeon graphics. $1900 megahertz. 8 core. Oh, what a scab. Damn. Thick boy.
Ну что, неплохой день, господа.
Doesn't need to do much. It just needs to do more than the one that I currently have, which is not any better. I mean, this is comparatively. This is what I'm running right now. Right? Fucking 3.2 i5 with 16 gigs of DDR3 and only 256 SSD. Dedicated graphics. May work then. Um, what's the fucking difference? All right, now I want to. How do I compare there? Compare an alternative, which is. Oh man, it's not that much better. You are right. Its memory is faster. Its average score is, I mean, it's faster. It's definitely faster. Its speed is it's not like its effective speed is not faster, but like everything else, like in terms of hugely faster. hugely fat. Holy fuck. 300 to 1200. Quite a bit. Quite a bit. I mean, they're rated the same now. That's kind of gross. I don't know. We're still searching. This is what I'm going for with my Wi-Fi card. I'm going to a gigabyte Wi-Fi card. But I need... Looked up a video, the 5700U seems okay for the money. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, it's on sale. It's less than $300. I think it'll do what it needs to do, and I think the Wi-Fi will work on it better. Well, that's the dumbest part about the stream PC I'm on now. When I bought it, it said, like, literally the ad still says on Amazon that it has Wi-Fi. It does not have Wi-Fi at all. And neither does my game PC. Because I am dog shit at building computers. Yeah. No. This fucking kid, dude. She's asking for nerds at 8:45 in the morning because she's hungry. She wants to eat a box of fucking nerds. You can't make this shit up. She wants to eat a box of sugar because she's hungry. Oh man, that's crazy. What? Bro, literally, she's asking for nerds for fucking breakfast. It's crazy. And then cries when you tell her no. Bro, that's crazy. What's my sister-in-law been doing to these kids? How can I reach these kids? The bus was 10 minutes late. That's crazy. It should be there at 8:25. I'm sitting there. I didn't bring my phone, so I'm like, fuck. If something changed, I can't get a text, and I don't want to leave the end of the road because they might come, and then they're standing here out in the cold. Like 20-something degrees outside. $22 degrees outside. Whoa. It's like an eighth of a mile from the road to the front door. All right. Hopefully we get a good bond for this. How are you doing, FaZe? Good morning, brother. How have you been? We're doing hot delivery. In bed, barely have eyes open. Fair enough. I meant to come in at night. Stuff is still spawning in. I mean, you might want to go somewhere else then, brother. Can you translate that? I don't speak Cyrillic. You enjoy the snow crunching ASMR? I mean, fair enough. It's pretty enjoyable. I rather like it. There are people who actually hate the snow. Like, what kind of person wants to go back to that green bullshit, bro? Like, who wants to go back to that, like, legitimately? Like, what is wrong with you that is your outlook on things? Wake up phase in Cyrillic. Stop it. I keep stuttering. I'm getting 50 frames. Something is wrong. That's not what it says, Kappa. Google Translate is trash. You have to use whatever this one's called. Yandex. Y-A-N-D-E-X. Yandex works better for Russian, in my experience. Yeah, it's Russian. Russian. Well, so, Russian is based on Cyrillic. It's a Cyrillian language. Cyrillic language. Sort of like English is Latin based. Cyrillic is the same way. It's a language base. No, Yandex is an app. Yandex is an app. I have it on my phone. It allows you to take pictures. It'll translate pictures as well. That's how I was translating and posting those pictures in English. Like whenever BSG sends out an image that has Russian in it, I put it into Yandex. It has an image translator. It's good. It works pretty well. It worked better than the Google Translator. The Google Translator didn't even make sense. It was just fucking gibberish that it was putting out. That was a player. It's a fucking 3-man, bro. Literally just fucking hanging out. Ridiculous. Fucking 3-man, bro. They can't. Literally, no one can. Not 90, over 90% of the player base cannot play this game solo. They refuse if they could. Even if they can, like, they refuse to do it. It's the weirdest fucking thing. Like, I can't imagine being that bad at something that I do every day. Like, I would stop doing it, bro. It's, I mean, what? It's not golf, bro. You're not, like... linked, yeah. Try back. Booted up Tarkov yesterday, looked at your stash, and then exited. It'd be like that. be right back. Why not? Why not? Because I'm not wasting my money to fucking to heal and kit up just to die to a fucking cheater while I'm just trying to plant a single goddamn armor. Not doing it. Not doing it. I've died 4 times this morning so far, and only one of them was an EOD account. I have died to 3 standard accounts, 2 of them with less than 400 hours. I've already lost almost 2 million rubles just in gazelles. Die like a man? No. I'm gonna die like a coward. Naked with my armor. I have less than 1 second of time on Tarky. Hey, lucky you, brother. Your viewer count is astronomical. That's crazy. That's why. You've been watching Darky almost every day for 4 years now? Wow. Incredible game knowledge. Now you just have to buy it and become a god. Ads chat. So like outside of the level 5 plates, right? You only get 20 more hit points out of a gazelle compared to this. Okay. So you get 265 instead of 245. Sorry, I'll do that whenever ads are over. Yeah. So between this guy, which cost 40k, and the Gazelle, BNTI Gazelle, 154, right? It's a little more than that. Actually. So look, we got to take that off. Hold on. Let me pull this up, take all of the plates out so that we can have an even playing field when viewing these. Sorry. So the Gazelle is 154 minus 1.5. It comes with level 3. This one is just a slight step down. 110, so you get 46 less, sorry. 46 less, and it's level 2 armor points. But those are behind your plates, so they're not, as long as you have plates, those aren't really being used. You're not, those are negligible. That's just padding, right? It's not actual, it's padding. Built-in armor components. But like, it's not worth it in my opinion for the amount of hit points that you get out of a Gazelle compared to the Zook. Like, hell, you can even buy the green one for or you could. You could buy the green one a couple of days ago. No. We got BP in this one. To shut the door on them? Just tell the kid to gotta go get more milk. Brother, I am a hermit. I don't go out, I don't see people other than my family. Don't have any kids of my own. Those are my nieces. There are 3 of them downstairs currently. 2 of them are going to a friend's house today. And 1 of them is going to stay here and get on my fucking nerves. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Sure. How many years you don't want to tell us about? No, I seriously do not have any children. I had a vasectomy when I was 23. I have some things for my eyeballs somewhere, right? Yeah, there they are, the eyeball protectors. Easy peasy. Smart move. Yeah, and they let me. Yeah, they were like, fuck yeah, this motherfucker doesn't need to breed anymore. Or at all. Can't afford those right now. That's sad. No more kids here. Might go and do that. You're about to be 30.
Up of 4 divisions.
Oof, 30.
A light armored division of tanks, recon,
I'm 29.
and infantry, including 2 regiments of the prestigious and recently
Be right back.
experienced French Foreign Legion. The infamous US 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions. The 82nd will support the French Daguet as motorized infantry. The 16,000 paratroopers of the 101st will ride into battle with 350 helicopters. The 24th Infantry Division and 3rd Armoured Cavalry Regiment, bringing a combined 333 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles and 333 Abrams main battle tanks. The 2 formations bring an armoured capability to 18 corps. 7 corps, in the centre, are the heavy armoured fist of the coalition. The US 1st and 3rd Armoured Divisions and the British 1st Armoured Division are the centrepiece of the battering ram, using Abrams and Challenger tanks. Supplementing the 3 armoured divisions are the US 1st Cavalry and 1st Infantry Divisions, and the 2nd Armoured Cavalry Regiment, with further Abrams and Bradleys, helicopter, engineering and artillery support. 1st Infantry, known as the Big Red One, were the first wave to attack Omaha Beach on D-Day in 1944. 7 Corps will roll across the border with 1,487 main battle tanks, 1,384 infantry fighting vehicles, 242 attack helicopters, and 146,000 troops. East of 7 Corps, on the border with Kuwait, is Joint Forces Command North, made up of divisions of Egyptian, Saudi, Kuwaiti, and Syrian armour. Marine Central Command comprises the US 1st and 2nd Marine Divisions, armed with the older M60 tanks, and a brigade from the 2nd Armoured Division. The East Flank is another joint command of mechanised Arab forces from Saudi Arabia, Oman, the UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, Morocco, and Senegal. With the Iraqi Air Force neutralised, overwhelming air power can be brought to bear with many hundreds of coalition strike and close air support aircraft, ready to react at a moment's notice. Coalition ground forces number nearly 700,000. The Iraqi military can't boast such firepower.
Yo, it's crazy that people willingly have those little things, man. It's like,
With
wow.
approximately 350,000 Iraqi troops in the region, it is estimated that 140,000 have already deserted, with another 26,000 killed in the ferocious and unhindered bombing leading up to G-Day. The 700,000 coalition troops, with modern tanks and air power, will face roughly 180,000 Iraqis, armed with tanks that mostly date from pre-1980 and with no air power. Even the most modern T-72 tanks have an effective range of just over half that of the Abrams and Challenger tanks.
Okay. I know where I'm at. We only have to worry about that area there. And, well, I mean, that, but... We could technically go up there. They're fighting right above us, but... I need to survive. I need these survives for sale night. Yeah, I need to survive 5 more raids. Could have railway. Pretty sure my brother is done having kids as well. He's got 3 girls. These are all BP, right? Yeah. I'm surprised we haven't died yet. Just because we had BP in our gun. There he is. I saw you, brother. I didn't hit him. We just need to extract. So he finally decided to push out, I guess. I don't know. Oh man. We're just here for survives, boys. We spent long enough in Raid to get to survive. I don't have the mental stability to raise children. I had more BP than I thought I had. I need injectors and labs cards, so we're going to be running all of our factory scavs today.
His weakest divisions on the border. His elite Republican Guard divisions are positioned further north, with the Tawakalna division the nearest on the Iraq-Kuwait border. If they're to liberate Kuwait, Coalition armor will have to face the Republican Guard in the desert.
Mission home.
The Coalition war plan is as follows. At 4 AM on the 24th of February, G-Day, the left and right flanks will advance into enemy territory. On the right flank, Marine Central Command and Joint Forces Command East will carefully carve entry paths through the dense minefields on the Kuwaiti border and engage the enemy beyond. On the left, the Mobile 18 Corps will blitz north. The 101st Airborne will perform a massive helicopter assault to capture an area 155 miles behind enemy lines, named Objective Cobra, hold it, and build a forward operating base, potentially under fire. Meanwhile, the rest of 18 Corps will advance north by land. The French and 82nd Airborne will capture Objective Rochambeau, another supply route near As Salman, and then
I'll Rochambeau you for it.
So that ground supply trucks can reach the hundreds of deaths north. On G+1, the Armoured Fist of 7 Corps will advance across the Saddam line and move north. On G+2, on reaching Al Basaya, 7 Corps will wheel right into Kuwait, where they'll face the Republican Guard and land.
Ну что, неплохой день, господа.
Brian, ask you.
The Arab forces on the right flank will have the honour of liberating Kuwait City. At 5:30 AM on the 24th of February, the US Marines on the right flank advance across the border. They're immediately met with Iraqi artillery fire. Because they don't have any forward observers or helicopter support, the shells are being fired wildly at the American line, and no hits are scored. To cover their advance,
No hits
Marine
are scored.
artillery returns fire with 140 artillery pieces and 9 multiple launch rocket artillery systems. Pairs of Marine jets bomb the enemy positions every 7.5 minutes.
Wow.
A deadly display of superior firepower pounds the Iraqi positions, and they very soon crumble for no US loss. In just 30 minutes, the Marines cover the 12 miles to the edge of the first minefield in Kuwait. 500 engineers will clear 6 individual tank-width lanes across the minefield.
That would be
3
a
M60
fucking
tanks
terrifying
fitted with
ass
specialist
job.
mine-clearing equipment, known as
Minesweeping?
combat engineer vehicles, and a Mark 154 mine clearance launcher move to the head of each prospective lane. The Mark 154 launches 3 cables laced with explosive 35 yards into the minefield. The explosive cables are then detonated, thereby detonating any mines beneath to
Okay.
carve a line through the field. After each detonation, The 3 combat engineer vehicles use plows and rakes to clear and smooth the route. Within 45 minutes, the first lane will open.
What? She wants to color. She can't color because all of the coloring stuff belongs to my sister. And she doesn't let them use it when she's not here because they'll tear it all up. None of it'll get lost and they'll break it. She doesn't allow them to use it when she's not here. That simple. It is that simple. But it's my fault. It's my fault. Bruh. It's just wild. Kids are wild. Like, it dumbfounds me every time I watch them. Like, who chooses this? Like, huh? Nah, everybody should have kids. Don't listen to me. Have as many kids as you can afford. Fuckloads of them. Everyone should have as many kids as they can afford. Gotta prevent the collapse of the human race somehow. Another SVD? At least it sounds like it. A guy killed me earlier with what sounded like an SVD, but the bullet that killed me was BCP F and J. It was kind of weird. Threw me off. It feels like a setting has changed, but it doesn't appear to have changed. I was just shot at. By what? I have no idea. But I was. Gotta make everything fucking difficult, man. These people gotta make everything difficult. Ridiculous. She didn't want to take the youngest. She wanted the youngest to stay here with me and raise hell and bother me all damn day. She wanted to take the two oldest. Ridiculous. Now she has all three. Ridiculous, these people, man. I make everything difficult.
Expecting an Iraqi counterattack within hours, none materializes, and Marines and tanks start to stream through the lanes as they open. Meanwhile, on the left flank, 18 Corps have no minefield to contend with and advance into Iraq. The French Daguet are the first to cross with a brigade from 82nd Airborne. They encounter only sporadic enemy artillery fire from scattered elements of the Iraqi 45th Infantry Division, who are dispersed thinly over a wide area to defend the western flank. Coalition artillery returns fire. The American paratroopers transmit a message to their French colleagues. Side by side, French and American soldiers will write a page in history. They roll north slowly and carefully to minimize casualties. To their east, the first wave of 106 helicopters of the 101st Airborne, known as the Screaming Eagles, sweep over the border just 10 feet from the ground. They follow a trail of radio beacons dropped by a pair of Apaches and Blackhawks during the night. The two Apaches wait for them at the objective area and engage Iraqi anti-air forces nearby.
We're gonna get all of our labs cards today at this rate. This is our third one.
Ну и чё тут за хуйня? Ну чё, пацанчики? Ну-ка, блядь, все сюда ко мне. А вот тут друган мой бывал точно. Буду бить аккуратно, но сильно. Ну чё, пацанчики, ну-ка, блядь, все сюда ко мне.
Hello.
Нормально, нормально.
One more labs card and an AHF1 stem. I didn't kill a scav, so my last raid didn't even count. As a survive, it was a run through, but we did get some scab reps, so it's no big deal.
The same pilot who commanded the flight of Apaches that attacked the radar sites on day one of the air war. He was also one of the first to cross the border during the ground invasion. Before cautiously moving forward, the area in front of the French advance is blasted by artillery and airstrikes. Kiowas and French Gazelles attack enemy vehicles ahead of the front line and also guide in A-10 strikes. This Vietnam-like tactic is repeated with each advance, and so progress is not the blitz-like speed that Schwarzkopf was hoping for. A nasty sandstorm and rain slows progress further. Almost immediately after engagement, encountered Iraqi forces begin to surrender. These are Saddam's weakest divisions. They're malnourished and not interested in fighting. Processing 2,000 surrendered troops slows progress even further. The French and American force continues to crawl forward. The first of the Screaming Eagles disembark from their helicopters a mile south of Objective Cobra at 8 AM. They roll 105mm howitzers out the back of the Chinooks and immediately start lobbing artillery shells at the defenders. F-16s and A-10s arrive overhead to help the Apaches hammer enemy bunkers, tanks and vehicles. Under relentless aerial bombardment, 300 Iraqis surrender just 1 hour after the first boots landed. Wave after wave of helicopters stream into Objective Cobra over the next few hours, bringing more troops, artillery, Humvees armed with wire-guided anti-tank weapons, enormous underslung rubber sacks containing a total of 1 million gallons of fuel, food, water, and ammunition.
Wow.
The Humvees set up a defensive perimeter while the base is constructed. To the south, the French and 80s after wave of helicopters stream into Objective Cobra over the next few hours, bringing more troops, artillery, Humvees armed with wire-guided anti-tank weapons, enormous underslung rubber sacks containing a total of 1 million gallons of
1 million gallons of fuel,
food, water, and ammunition. The Humvees set up a defensive perimeter while the base is constructed. To the south, the French and 82nd arrived
That's a lot of fuel, bro.
Objective Rochambeau, at midday having met almost no opposition but sporadic artillery and mortar fire en route. French helicopters move in from the west and destroy 12 bunkers, 1 tank, 5 armoured personnel carriers, and 8 trucks. Another pounding by artillery precedes the armoured assault on the objective, provoking another mass surrender by the defending Iraqi troops without engagement. The time is 2:30 PM, and the French and Americans have moved into Iraq and taken their first objective, overwhelming all opposition immediately, accepting 3,500 surrenders and losing only 2 soldiers.
Wow.
Schwarzkopf is unhappy that this walkover wasn't performed fast enough, and demands
Yeah, but 3,000 surrenders and only 2 casualties is
on As Salman is sped up.
tremendous. Oh, two
It's a
deaths.
similar situation.
Doesn't it didn't say how many casualties, it just said 2 lost,
M60
right?
tanks and marines are now through the first and second layer of minefields. Artillery continues to batter enemy positions, including aircraft-directed counterfire against enemy artillery pieces. A captured Iraqi colonel describes the dispositions of his remaining forces. The minefield itself claims 9 tanks, but no marines killed.
Wow.
On the
Okay.
left flank,
That's
a
good.
convoy of marine vehicles is attacked from behind by M60 tanks in a friendly fire incident. With 55 rounds fired, 2 trucks and an assault vehicle are destroyed, killing 1 marine. A strange case of luck that the tank gunnery was so poor in this case. To the east of the Marines, the Arab forces of Joint Forces Command East are also through both minefields and have also met little opposition and mass surrenders. The Iraqi forces in this area are of similarly poor quality to those facing 18 Corps, made up mostly of enforced conscripts who don't want to be there, especially given that they've been thrown into such a hopeless situation against such a superior enemy. The ease and speed of the Marines' advance presents a problem for Schwarzkopf. Even before midday on G-Day, he estimates that his right flank is 8 hours ahead of schedule. The Egyptians
Wow.
of Joint Forces Command North on the Marines' left and the armour of 7 Corps further west are not scheduled to cross the border until the next day, G+1. However, the speed and depth of the Marines' advance has left their left flank vulnerable to attack or worse development. The Iraqi armoured division just west of them.
It allows what this slow advance allows this one to come in potentially from this side and cut them off from, and then they're bubbled, right? They have just the coast to deal with, and like they would be trapped
To move the central assault forward to
in the
today at 3
minefield,
PM, just
like
2 hours
partially.
ago and 15 hours ahead of schedule. British 1st Armoured Division rushes to join the rest of 7 Corps on the front line from their staging area 60 miles behind the line. The last-minute time change carries logistical risks, but the enemy is weaker than anticipated, and the advantage needs pressing. Scout helicopters begin to move into enemy territory to spot Iraqi units. Across the front line from 7 Corps, 2 brigades of the Iraqi 26th Infantry Division have set up defensive positions in the shape of a triangle looking down a slope towards the line, with mortars and towed artillery to the rear. Similarly entrenched, the 31st, 46th and 48th Infantry Divisions lie in wait northeast of them.
Triangle.
They occupy a system of defensive fortifications, trenches, bunkers, minefields and barbed wire known as the Saddam Line.
If you sleep on your side, I bet you hate your pillow, and this is why. They might be as fluffy.
At 2:30 PM, 30 minutes before the breach is to begin, the most ferocious artillery barrage in recent history is unleashed against Iraqi positions.
Am I matching
13
bugged? Should I
artillery
back
battalions
out?
Fire 11,000 rounds.
I think so.
Multiple launch rocket systems also open fire.
I think so.
launching rockets that travel to and dispense 650 bomblets over the target area. 10 batteries devastate the Iraqi lines with 650,000 bomblets. The bombardment lasts until 3 PM, and 7 Corps crosses the line into enemy territory. The 334 Abrams and 224 Bradleys of the 1st Infantry Division are the first to engage, firing fearsome volleys of rounds into the Iraqi trenches and bunker positions. For the first time, the defenders don't surrender and return fire with tanks, artillery, anti-tank guns, small arms and RPGs, albeit disorganized and inaccurate. 2nd Armoured Cavalry lead the left flank's advance and meet similar resistance deeper in Iraq. Under fire, combat engineers hastily clear lanes across the thin mine.
How are they prepared but not ready? That doesn't even make sense.
On reaching the Iraqi trenches, the Bradley infantry fighting vehicles don't dismount their infantry to clear them. Instead, armoured bulldozers turn left and right and move up the edge of the trenches, using ploughs to push the piled up sand and dirt back into the trenches, filling them in. This tactic is controversial because 150 Iraqis
Suffocation.
who don't surrender
Yeah.
are buried alive. By sunset, the 1st Infantry have broken through the Saddam line
Controversial because it's seen as inhumane.
in multiple places, capturing 550 troops for only 2 casualties. With safe lanes marked through the line, the armoured divisions begin to move up to the front, ready to begin their mighty punch into Iraq and Kuwait. While Schwarzkopf is happy with the almost unbelievable lack of casualties sustained on day 1, he is unhappy with the slow speed with which the French have advanced in the west and 7 Corps in the centre. The rain and sandstorms have certainly slowed progress, but the common theme across the whole front is that the weak and unmotivated conscript divisions on the front line are surrendering in such high numbers that it is taking time to process them. But the invasion as a whole is still hours ahead of schedule, and most importantly, many of the coalition's armoured divisions will be across or crossing the minefields and the Saddam line during the morning of day 2. The ground war of Desert Storm has got off to a near-perfect start, but in day 2, the coalition will face motivated and armoured Iraqi opposition, including the respected Republican Guard.
Where's day 3? Wait. Oh. Oh. We watched those out of order. My bad. Soviet nuclear submarine defects to the United States in '84. That sounds cool.
In November 1984, on a cold, hard morning on the northwestern coast of the Soviet Union, a brand new variant of the Soviet Typhoon-class nuclear ballistic missile submarine sails out of her base in Murmansk and heads out into the Polyarny Inlet towards the Barents Sea. A large vessel, she is 12 meters longer than the standard Typhoon class and 3 meters wider. A US satellite catches an image of her as she makes for open sea. A brand new unknown vessel setting sail at the height of the Cold War triggers a flurry of activity among CIA analysts, trying to figure out the capabilities and mission of this mysterious new submarine. She submerges into the dark icy water. NATO submarines routinely patrol near the Soviet base at Murmansk in order to observe and shadow Soviet submarines as they make their way into the North Atlantic. This day is no different, and the sonar operator aboard the US Los Angeles-class attack submarine USS Dallas picks up the sound of the distant submerged submarine on sonar as it heads out. The Dallas begins to track, but all of a sudden the contact disappears from sonar. As silent as the night, as if the sub had completely cut its engine. With the Soviet vessel now producing no sound whatsoever, it is invisible. The sonar operator aboard the Dallas would later recall thinking he could hear the sound of singing coming from the vessel, potentially the music of Paganini, Pavarotti, or maybe something else. Whatever the sound, the Soviet submarine is now sailing so silently that it will be nearly impossible to pick up by NATO submarines and sonar nets. Her intentions so far are unclear. The silent Soviet submarine continues her voyage towards the North Atlantic. This development is highly disturbing, with CIA and Navy analysts concluding that this new submarine must be using some kind of silent or nearly silent propulsion system. If it came to armed conflict between NATO and the Soviet Union, this could allow the ballistic missile submarine to park a couple of hundred nuclear warheads off Washington or New York, and no one would know anything about it until it was all over.
In theory.
Alarmingly, US satellites now also detect that some 58 Soviet nuclear submarines have also sortied from their bases at Polyarny, the Baltic and Mediterranean, and retasked from existing missions in the Atlantic, with further port activity detected suggesting that 22 cruisers and destroyers are also preparing to leave Polyarny immediately. This constitutes the bulk of the Soviet surface fleet in the North Atlantic. A national security briefing is convened at the White House. The NSA presents the devastating intelligence.
Here's my last labs card. I've gotten 4 labs cards this morning.
Gaga easy. Ну чё, попадос вам тут всем, залетные? Чики-брики, пальчик выкинь. Нормас, нормас. Охуенно сейчас поживимся.
Blue suede shoe stay crispy like bacon. We are a singular stem away from, what is it? She gives me a thick for that, right? No, medkit. This, she gives me black. Yeah. Okay. My bad. Crisis is, yeah, that one gives me a thick. Not bad. Okay, so. They got no swag. Pippins on my feet, they throw back.
Had sent a letter to Red Fleet Command just before leaving. The contents of the letter are unknown, but it immediately triggered Red Fleet Command to order the sortie of the entire fleet to find the submarine in question and sink her. On the face of it, it would appear that the captain has gone rogue and threatens independent missile launch on the United States. Not knowing whether this is true, or whether this is in fact the beginning of a move against NATO, the President orders the US Navy's Atlantic Fleet to move into the North Atlantic to meet the incoming Soviet combat vessels. Meanwhile, aboard the USS Dallas, The sonar operator has detected the sound of what his computer is telling him is seismic activity. Upon further investigation of the sound, he believes that it must be man-made, and informs his captain that he believes this is the Soviet submarine, and that he can track it. With the sub entering underwater trench-like rock formations, a dangerous route through the rocks that she cannot follow, the USS Dallas will position herself on the other side, and wait for the submarine to emerge. However, with the Soviet sub maneuvering tightly through the underwater rock formations, Dallas suddenly picks up her engine sounds again. For some reason, the submarine has disengaged her silent propulsion, and re-engaged her noise-emitting conventional propulsion. With multiple Russian surface and submarine groups and close to 100 Soviet Tu-95 Bear Foxtrot anti-submarine bombers searching for her, it doesn't take long for Bear Foxtrot's number 692 to find the Soviet sub. The bomber drops sonar buoys onto the surface so that the crew can hear and locate their position. The sub-captain orders battle stations, but with their navigation through the underwater canyons relying on maintaining course and speed, he cannot dive for safety. On the next pass, the Bear drops a torpedo against them. The weapon locks onto the submarine, closing quickly. With a turn in the canyon approaching, the captain prepares to launch countermeasures and leaves the turn to the last moment. As late as he dares, he orders a hard turn to starboard around the corner. This daring maneuver is enough to confuse the torpedo, which overshoots and explodes into the canyon wall. A close call, but with the Russian bomber now heading off, they resume through the rock formations. Meanwhile,
All right. Killa is not here. That guy, that other raid was up here. Alright. I need to kill 1 or 2 scabs. saw his shadow. He didn't go up. He went over. Turn on power. Where the fuck did this dude spawn? He's mad. I camp outskirts 3. He's a higher level than me. There's a guy up top, like crawling. See? He knew exactly where I was. Great, right? Great game. His average lifespan is 3 minutes. That's it. KD 9.7. All right, bro. All right, bro. I need an optic at work. Those are only 23K. Hmm. I have some bound and raid PP somewhere. All right. I don't know if I have plates in this armor.
The Dallas is waiting at the end of the formation for the Soviet submarine to emerge. Detecting the
I'm gonna
so-called
stretch real quick.
seismic anomaly once more, it appears that the sub has re-engaged its silent drive, and the Typhoon-class submarine appears. Dallas slips in close behind her so as to follow without being detected. All of a sudden, the Russian sub veers hard to port in a maneuver to check for enemy submarines behind her. Dallas cuts her engines and makes like a hole in the water, hoping the Russian submariners will not detect her. This maneuver is named the Crazy Ivan by the Americans, as when following close behind there is a high risk of collision between the two vessels. The Americans listen carefully as the Soviet submarine performs a full circle around them, eventually resuming its original course. The ruse has worked, and Dallas remains undetected. However, Dallas immediately receives a radio signal saying that a member of the CIA is en route by helicopter to be delivered to the vessel, and that she must break off her pursuit to surface and receive him. Fearing that this will alert the Soviet sub to their presence, the captain gives the Russian a wide berth and falls behind to pick up the mysterious visitor. While this is taking place, back in Washington, D.C., the Soviet ambassador to the United States requests a meeting with the president. He explains that the captain of the rogue submarine has gone insane and intends to fire his nuclear weapons on the United States.
Нормас, нормас. Охуенно сейчас поживимся.
Max level proper for fucking PP ammo. This is weird muzzle rise, but alright. Good enough. Good enough.
Meanwhile, the USS Dallas is back in the baffles of the Soviet submarine.
Bam! Hello Fresh. Guys, shrimp spaghetti with a kick is what we're gonna make.
Really tired of this shitty fucking map.
The CIA analyst, now aboard, has another theory. They may in fact be trying to defect. With fresh orders now received to sink the submarine, an argument breaks out in the control room.
I can't even survive on this map without going in the fucking mall. And there's nothing outside of the fucking mall anymore. There's literally nothing to loot outside of the fucking mall anymore.
Of the Dallas. At this moment, the Soviet sub performs another crazy Ivan, this time to starboard. This time, Dallas does not go silent, allowing her to be detected.
It's power, that's it.
The Soviet captain, alerted to the American sub nearby, surfaces, as does the Dallas. In the control room of the Soviet sub, the crew see their captain.
Power is the only other spot with regular loot outside of the fucking mall.
Peer into the periscope at the other side.
Power or mall. There's nothing else outside.
In a combat engagement, the captain orders a single acoustic ping to verify the range of the American submarine. This is carried out without hesitation. After a few more moments, the captain mysteriously orders another ping, but then orders the submarine break off from the American sub and head south to a deep area of ocean in the Grand Banks called the Laurentian Abyssal. 20 hours later, alarms suddenly ring out on the Soviet vessel, alerting of a meltdown in the nuclear reactor. One by one, compartmental radiation alarms trigger. A highly dangerous situation, the captain orders the submarine to surface immediately, and for the crew to be disembarked onto the life rafts. However, after surfacing, and when scanning the horizon for activity, the Oliver Hazard Perry-class guided missile frigate, the USS Reuben James, is spotted bearing down. Signaling with lights, do not attempt to submerge or you will be fired upon. The Americans launch a Seahawk helicopter to monitor and put a shot across the vessel's bow. The Soviet captain tells his men who are boarding the life rafts that the officers will re-enter the vessel, submerge, and scuttle the submarine to prevent it from falling into American hands. Amid reports of heroic music emanating from the deck, the Soviet sub submerges. The Russian sailors see the Seahawk move in and drop a torpedo into the water, willing their heroic captain good luck in his fight with the American capitalists. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, an American DSRV, a small rescue submarine, slowly moves in and docks with the Soviet sub. With the American torpedo having been safely detonated several hundred yards away, it is now safe for the 3 Americans inside to board the Soviet vessel. All of a sudden, out of nowhere,
be terrifying.
a Russian torpedo screams in and smashes into the hull of the sub, but disintegrates without exploding.
Really?
Completely undetected by anyone, A Soviet Alpha-class attack submarine, the Konovalov,
Trying to
has
scuttle.
arrived and fired on her.
Yeah.
It is rumoured that the captain of the Konovalov has a special place in his heart for the captain of the Typhoon-class submarine, but has been ordered to kill his old friend. Realising his torpedoes had the wrong settings, he corrects the problem and fires again. The massive Typhoon class does not have the manoeuvrability to take on an Alpha-class attack sub. She slowly lumbers around and accelerates directly into the torpedo's path, at a heading of 315. Amid conversations around the performance of Admiral Halsey at the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the distance is closed so quickly that again the safety features of the torpedo do not allow it to explode, and it smashes into the hull without detonation once more.
Wow.
With his target now behind him, Captain Tupolev aboard the Konovalov orders full right rudder to shake the big vessel loose. Meanwhile, he removes all of the safety mechanisms from his torpedoes. He won't make the same mistake again. Ignoring the sound of gunfire detected by sonar, using his superior maneuverability, his Alpha-class sub draws around in a full circle, slowly bringing his bow around onto the stern of his prey. It's now only a matter of time. Gaining a good track on the Typhoon-class sub, the Konovalov fires another torpedo. Out of nowhere, the USS Dallas arrives and pulls in behind the Soviet submarine. With the torpedo now tracking the American submarine instead, the captain of the Dallas orders countermeasures deployed and a full emergency blow. The Dallas, nicknamed Big D, flies towards the surface, drawing the torpedo off target. The Russian crew evacuated earlier watch with delight as the USS Dallas is seen breaching out of the water in cowardice. Their brave captain will surely receive the Order of Lenin for scaring the American dogs out of the water. Back beneath the waves, the Russian torpedo is still active, and after searching for a new target, finds the Typhoon-class sub once more. This time, however, the mighty vessel turns down.
I'm tired of waiting to go to this stupid fucking map just to fucking die. Just to die. Not even a good map. It's boring to fucking watch. Because all you're doing, you spend the entire goddamn raid just checking corners, bro. If you sprint anywhere, you will fall the fuck over dead. If you make it past 10 minutes in raid. If. Huge if.
Directly towards the Konovalov. The two Soviet vessels bear down on each other as the torpedo closes in. Appearing to play chicken with each other, this one certainly looks like it's going to be close. At the last moment, the Typhoon dives underneath the Alpha. The maneuver works, and the torpedo instead homes directly into the bow of the Konovalov. With no time for her to react, the torpedo detonates. The detonation causes massive secondary explosions across the ship, as the Konovalov tears herself apart. Back on the surface, the Russian sailors watch in horror as their captain and hero of the Soviet Union meets his end. It is unknown what happened to the Typhoon-class submarine after the engagement. The Soviet Navy presumes her sunk after a radiation problem. Completely unrelated, the Soviet ambassador asks for American help to find a missing Alpha-class submarine in the area of the Grand Banks. A couple of years later, the US Navy would very rapidly develop a nearly silent propulsion system for their submarines.
And it came from this sub.
The incident would be quickly covered up by both sides.
They
and according
defected.
to repeated
Okay.
statements by both the Soviet and American governments,
Or it was
nothing
recovered.
of what you have seen here ever happened.
They probably recovered it. Okay.
At 2:30 p.m. on the 13th of May 1986, two US Navy F-14 Tomcats, called
This game is so
Lugu-1
fucking
and
broken.
Lugu-2, launched from the USS Enterprise and climbed to the east over the Indian Ocean. A communications relay vessel, the SS Layton, has run into engine difficulties and the strong currents of the Indian Ocean are pushing her into hostile territory. Enterprise's carrier group has been rushed to the area from operations in the Mediterranean, where she has been supporting airstrikes against targets in Libya as part of Operation El Dorado Canyon. Search and rescue helicopters have been dispatched to aid the SS Layton, but with tensions high, US Navy intelligence believes that enemy aircraft may be operating in the area, including the secretive new jet fighter, the MiG-28. Civilian researchers believe that the MiG-28s are faster and more agile than the US Navy Tomcats, but that their flight performance may be inferior in the inverted dive. Recently declassified documents reveal that this data was in fact inaccurate, and so Voodoo 1 and Voodoo 2 have little idea of the potency of the enemy aircraft they may face. 180 miles out from the carrier, Voodoo team detects a pair of unknown contacts on radar 15 miles to their east. This is alarmingly close for fighter controllers aboard the Enterprise, who know that the MiG-28 carries the feared Exocet anti-ship missile. The contacts cannot be allowed to reach within 100 miles of the carrier, or the Exocets could be launched against them. As the
100-mile range on those? God,
Voodoo
bro.
1 detects a further 2 radar contacts and reports back to the Enterprise
4
that
MiGs.
there are in fact 4 hostile aircraft approaching.
Didn't the MiGs have superior, like, maneuverability in the air over the F-14s as well? I believe. I think they did. That's fucking ugly. I hate the stock. The stock is so fucking ugly. Gross. Disgusting.
All of a sudden, Voodoo 2 receives a radar lock warning. A 5th aircraft has maneuvered onto their tail undetected and gains an immediate missile lock. The 2 wings of aircraft flash past each other at 1,000 knots closure speed, and Voodoo team immediately know that they are in trouble. The pilot of Voodoo 2 desperately throws his F-14 around the sky to evade, but it's no use. One of the 5 MiG-28s launches a missile at close range. It screeches through the sky and smashes into the tail of Voodoo 2. Voodoo 1 frantically reports back to the Enterprise that his wingman has been shot down, and launches the reserve Tomcat, Voodoo 3, to come to his aid. With 2 parachutes confirmed from the shot-down Tomcat, a search and rescue helicopter is scrambled. Moments later, Voodoo 3 is launched from Enterprise to join the fight. At now 160 miles out, it will take some minutes to arrive while Voodoo 1 desperately tries to survive the now 6 enemy MiG-28s.
Wow.
As Voodoo 3 blasts to the scene, Enterprise controllers learn that the launch catapults have developed a fault, and so no new aircraft can be launched for some time.
Wow.
The 2 Tomcats are now the only hope against the 6 enemy jets. A MiG-28 gains a missile lock on Voodoo 1, but the Seeker fails to track after a quick thinking snap turn to starboard. Voodoo 3 finally arrives, and is immediately harassed by an enemy MiG. With so many aircraft in the air, the Tomcat nearly collides with another MiG, flying right through its jet wash and sending the F-14 into a violent and dangerous spin. With recent news of another F-14 having been lost in a similar incident,
Скупщику все продам и заживем. Но шкура цела уже неплохо. Чики-брики, пальчик выкинь. Ну чё, попадос вам тут всем, залетные? Нормас, нормас. Охуенно сейчас поживимся.
Wait, what? Where the fuck did that even come from? Where did that come from, guys? That was not in here earlier, was it? What the fuck? What?
Неплохой день, господа.
What? What? I did not see that. What's in the top 10? So today I got 5 labs cards and my AHF one, all from my scav on factory for colleagues part 3 with it active. That is some good RNG. Despite our death, that is some good shit there, boys. We just got black. Right through what just happened. Oh, that's yeah. We can't. Do I need 3 of these fucking things? I don't think I do. What's in the top 10? So sometimes I feel that I'm gonna die. All right, what am I doing now?
The pilot of Voodoo 3 does well to regain control, but inexplicably aborts his pursuit of the MiG chasing his wingman. Fighter controllers frantically direct the pilot to re-engage. Some controllers would later report hearing distortion, noises, and melancholy music over their headsets, but this is unconfirmed. Voodoo 1 continues the excellent evasive maneuvers, but a MiG finally gains another missile lock and is about to fire. At this exact moment, a Sidewinder missile streaks through the sky and blows the aircraft's starboard wing clean off. Voodoo 3 is finally back in the fight. After dodging a head-on pass with two MiG-28s, Voodoo 3 immediately spots another bandit move in, engaging his wingman with its guns. Yet another MiG moves in from the port side and fires another missile, which flashes behind Voodoo 1 and misses. Voodoo 3 now finds himself tailed by another aircraft. The two US crews communicate effectively, executing a well-timed turn to port to enable Voodoo 1 to engage the bandit. With another aircraft joining the chase of Voodoo 3, the pilot does not leave his wingman, and another MiG is downed with a missile shot. After heroic flying to this point, Voodoo 1 is finally hit by gunfire from a MiG that flashes across his port side. With a fire in their starboard engine, the crew of Voodoo 1 shut it down and continue the fight with reduced power. Again, Voodoo 1 is riddled by more gunfire, but continues to fly. With Voodoo 3 still staying with his wingman, they execute a timed turn to starboard to allow an engagement. Voodoo 3 fires a Sidewinder which misses. He doesn't let this faze him, and continues to follow the bandit, prosecuting the target with another missile. The third MiG is down, but the pilot comes to a shocking realization: they only have one missile left. Almost immediately, Voodoo 3 finds yet another MiG-28 on its tail, guns already firing towards him. He evades with a fast aileron roll, but the bandit continues to move in. Voodoo 3's radar intercept officer would later describe his horror that his pilot appeared to be slowing his aircraft down to close the distance with the chasing MiG-28, seemingly increasing their chances of being shot down. The pilot knows what he's doing, however, and at the last possible moment as the enemy aircraft gains missile lock, he performs a perfectly executed Cobra maneuver, pitching the aircraft's nose up to quickly bleed speed, before pushing the nose back down as the fast-moving MiG-28 flashes past. Now finding...
Bruh. Imagine being in that MiG and coming to the realization that that guy's now on your ass. Like, that's just... Like, you were winning, bro, and now you have no advantages. Well, definitely has some advantages still. Greater power and things. Four more survivals here on this fucking nightmarish hellscape. I really don't like a lot of it. Like, spawns aren't that great here. They really, I say this all the time, they really need to figure out a new spawn system because the one that they have is not good. Like, the way people spawn in is just not good. Like, half the time you die in your spawn because somebody just runs from one spawn to the next and murders you on a lot of the maps. Can you imagine killing somebody from here? There's nothing here, bro. I don't think my airdrop's coming because it went over the edge of the map. Actually. Usually they've come already. I don't know if I saw movement or if I saw trees moving. I think it was just trees. The very second that they made it to where you couldn't make money running stashes on interchange every road, this map is like the very moment that they changed that, it made this map completely useless. Nobody wants to come here unless they have to quest, because there is no loot outside. You literally have to go in and contend with the people in all the goddamn corners and possible kill a spawn and all that stupid shit just to get any loot off of this map. So to get any loot off of this map, ideally you have to have 1,000,000 rubles in keys, and you have to have power on, so that you can open the rooms that you have the keys for. Like it's stupid. There's only one way to make money on this map now, and it's to go into the mall. I think it's dumb. There should be more than one POI on a fucking map where you can loot. That's just my opinion, though. Take it with a grain of salt. I can hear the angels call my name.
the MiG to their front, Voodoo 3 engages the target with their final missile shot. In the operations room of the USS Enterprise, fighter controllers wait anxiously for an update from Voodoo team. Finally, the call comes in. The 2 remaining MiGs are swiftly leaving the area. Voodoo 1 and Voodoo 3, exhausted, head back to the carrier. The SS Layton is successfully rescued, and the search and rescue bird pulls the 2 ejected crewmen of Voodoo 2 from the water without injury. Later mission debriefs would conclude that the MiG-28s were not actually carrying Exocet missiles, and that the MiGs were likely just intending to keep up foreign relations via good communication when the situation turned ugly. News of the incident spreads across the world, although the hostile government would deny that the event took place. It is fair to say that the loving feeling has been lost between the 2 governments involved.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. That's chat.
This video is sponsored by Conflict of Nations, a free online player versus player strategy game where you can lead your nation in a modern day global conflict. Set in the present day, research and make... In the morning of the 14th of November 1965, 16 UH-1 helicopters, Hueys, buzz over the treetops of the Central Highlands in Vietnam. Each carries 5 young men into battle. They're flying into an area where they have only vague intelligence on enemy dispositions and numbers. At the beginning of the US involvement in the Vietnam War, the men have little experience of the larger, fanatical and hard North Vietnamese force that awaits them. 3 weeks earlier, in October, the People's Army of Vietnam, also known as the North Vietnamese Army or NVA, launches a new offensive against the Pleiku province of South Vietnam. NVA Major General Chu Huy Man believes that if he can destroy the South Vietnamese forces in the region, along with any US reinforcements, the NVA can gain control of the Pleiku province. The first complete US division to deploy to Vietnam, the 1st Cavalry Division, has been deployed in the region since September. General Man's forces have completed their trek down the Ho Chi Minh Trail through Laos and Cambodia and launch a siege against Plai My, the HQ of the South Vietnamese Army's II Corps. However, the siege is a trap, intended to bait a joint US and South Vietnamese armoured column to move to Plai My from Pleiku to relieve the defenders. The NVA's 32nd Regiment sets up an ambush and hits the relief column en route on October the 23rd. Despite giving the column a mauling, the 32nd Regiment sustains heavy casualties. With the Plai My siege also a failure, defeated, the NVA begin a fighting withdrawal to the Cambodian border. While the British and French have successfully employed the concept during the Malayan Emergency and Algeria respectively, helicopter air mobile is an unproven concept within the US military. Major General Harry Kinnard, commander of 1st Cavalry, sees this as an opportunity to demonstrate the potency of his helicopter-borne air cavalry division by hunting down and rapidly deploying infantry against the retreating Vietnamese forces hidden in the forests.
So, this is the campaign that my grandfather was in. In 1970, Nixon ordered American units into the Cambodian sanctuaries in an attempt to destroy the communist supply lines and end the war. He was Alpha Company, 1st Cavalry Division, 32nd Battalion, 34th Armor. Alpha Company was the first ground unit into Cambodia. For their actions in the area known as Fishhook, they received the Valorous Unit Award. My grandfather also received Meritorious Unit Award, a Bronze Star, and a couple more. But yeah, this is what my grandfather received his Bronze Star for. Was the move into Cambodia and their opera at Fishhook for their actions in the area of Fishhook. Pretty sure this is where he got his Bronze Star as well. The Dreadnoughts, 2nd Battalion, 34th Armor Dreadnoughts. What a fucking name, bro. It's so sick.
To do so is requiring massive use of aviation fuel, and General Westmoreland authorises the 1st Brigade of the 1st Cavalry Division as a high priority for precious fuel logistics in Vietnam. Despite this, the pursuit descends into farce, and after nearly 3 weeks of burning large amounts of aviation fuel, desperately needed elsewhere in the war, 1st Brigade have only achieved small-scale skirmishes and ambushes against the retreating force, and not a knockout blow.
Matter of fact, AP 70. Yeah, that's it. It's crazy how far we've come and the ability to document things via film in the past 50 years. I have this weird stutter still, man. It's not going away. Someone just called in an airdrop. Back that way. Sounded like. Maybe it wasn't over there. Doesn't appear to have been. I'm being shot at. Thought he was on the other side of me and that he was behind me. He's just better, guys. He's just fucking better. Better at shooting unwitting scabs in the head. Oh man, just fucking better. Average lifespan 3 minutes. Okay. Mm-hmm. She do whatever she like. And that just don't seem right. Make people so mad. It was so bad. We just fucking almost missed my flight. Wasn't even tripping. I said it's alright. God damn, we was here last night. Would you rather get along? Would you rather get along? But I never seen you feel that free. Yeah. So cute, you wanna be like me, yeah. Would you rather get along? Let's get lost inside of a cloud. Ooh, better work harder. Coming down. I think it might just be alright. Y'all really like to sleep, but no. I'm always taking too long. And the shit gets real in such a gears. To me, that you hear your song. Oh, I wanna feel just how you feel. Kiss one more time, just to know you're real. I'll be ecstatic once I'm done with this fucking map. It's so fucking bad. As long as Tarkov's been around, like, it seems like they would have changed the way you spawn in by now because it's just fucking dumb. It's like fucking spawning in on COD. It's really stupid. It'll just spawn you right in front of people and fucking 10 feet away from people and stuff to get mowed down. At least COD only spawns one person next to you, not fucking 5. Oh, this game, man. This game. Yeah, ADS. Huh. Ah! The fuck was that? I just found a GPU in a computer. Isn't that so good? This is a player. Holy no way I was just shot at, bro. I was just shot at while I was over there. The dude was naked with a fucking VPO. Level 43, naked. Well, not naked, but, you know. Fucking Paca and a VPO. His kit his kit costs less than my gun. You could buy 5 of his kits for a single GPU. Where would that ricochet, like, where would that have come from, though? Was looting that guy, came over me. Would have been back there. I just don't know, man. It's the ricochet sound that really is bothering me, like I'm be fair, I was looting the PC. Bro, not moving and killing people always feels kind of bad, but like, I was looting the PC.
Frustrated with the lack of results, Kinnaird replaces 1st Brigade with 3rd Brigade on the 9th of November, and with an embarrassing unforeseen NVA attack on the 3rd Brigade CP itself on the 12th, the division desperately needs some kind of result. With 3rd Brigade taking over, intel sharing improves with the division's parent corps, and 3rd Brigade is alerted to a communist assembly area on the Chupong mountain to the west, holding at least 3 NVA regiments. Under pressure from the increasingly impatient General Westmoreland, 3rd Brigade Commander Colonel Tim Brown tells 3rd Brigade's 1st Battalion 7th Cavalry Regiment Commander Lieutenant Colonel Hal Moore to take his battalion to search the east edge of Chupong the next day. Only 24 hours later, the helicopters are now approaching the area. US artillery from a nearby temporary firebase opens fire on various clearings in the forest as a deception to any NVA forces watching. As the helicopters close in, the artillery opens fire on the intended landing zone clearing itself, LZ X-ray. A single white phosphorus shell signals the end of the barrage. There is the first helicopter to land.
Vietnam was a tough campaign for our men. They were exposed to things they shouldn't have been exposed to. Not just the war and the type of guerrilla warfare that they entered, that they didn't really train for all that much. It was overall what was most detrimental to our men long term, outside of the mental scars that the war left, was health. Our government dropped a lot of chemicals in the forest, and there were hundreds of thousands of men who were exposed to it. Named Agent Orange. It is a deforestation agent. They were dropping it along with napalm to rid the terrain of forest, because that's where the Viet Cong were hiding. They're trying to get them out. Well, the long-term effects of exposure to Agent Orange is cancer, and it's fast moving and fatal. one day my grandfather had cancer, and then less than 6 months later, he was dead. The only explanation that could be offered as to its rapid progression was the fact that it started with that chemical. So there's that. We also dropped hundreds of thousands of tons on American soil of like plant killers and stuff that cause cancer. They were severely carcinogenic, all to get rid of cannabis. They spent millions and millions and thousands on thousands on thousands of hours ridding the United States of cannabis. Holy fuck. Just like that. Ugh. It's tough. That's huge, bro. I have never found a I've never found a GPU in that computer. I hardly ever find GPUs in computers. Damn. Buy all 7. Mr. Toba. E? Maybe. Maybe.
"16 Hueys deliver 80 men in the first wave, most of Bravo
Yeah,
Company and the Battalion Command Group, including Lieutenant Colonel Moore and Sergeant Major Basil Plumley. The clearing is only wide enough to accommodate 5 Hueys at a time. Moore knows the plan is dangerous. He knows that there are likely enemy battalions in the area, but has no idea of the strength of enemy forces in the immediate vicinity, and as the Hueys complete their drops, he knows that they now have a 30-minute round trip to collect the next wave of troops and deliver them to his location. Bravo Company moves to the northwest side of the LZ, towards the mountain. Moore sets up his CP in the center next to a wide and hard termite mound. General Mann's forces are taken by surprise. A platoon from B Company captures a single enemy soldier an alarmingly close 100 meters to the west of the LZ. Under interrogation, he says there are 3 NVA battalions nearby, and they're very keen to kill Americans. General Mann is probably on the west side of Chupong in Cambodia, and not physically nearby to directly command his troops. He deploys his deputy, Nguyen Hu An, to take direct control, but he won't arrive at the scene for several hours. Not knowing that the Americans were coming, and therefore not knowing where they would land, various regiments are scattered around the area. None have their regimental commanders nearby at the time the first Americans land. Some may be at the central command post with General Mann. The NVA's 9th Battalion of the 66th Regiment is closest to X-Ray, and cautiously advances towards the landing site from the northwest. The 66th Regiment as a whole is the same size as Moore's battalion. Much will depend on how quickly the 66th react to the Americans' presence, before the rest of Moore's battalion can be choppered in. By 12:10 p.m, the rest of Bravo Company and Alpha Company have been delivered to LZ X-Ray in 2 further waves of Hueys. Bravo moves northwest, searching for contacts. With only their company commanders present, the NVA's 9th Battalion of the 66th Regiment has massed nearby. With only 2 of his 4 companies at the LZ, Moore aggressively orders Bravo to move up the mountain to clear any resistance, still believing he's conducting an offensive operation. Bravo's 2nd platoon moves out, and almost immediately runs into the 66th Regiment's assembly area. A fierce firefight begins, and 2nd platoon is immediately pinned down and cut off from the rest of Bravo Company. Bravo's commander spots and radios back to Moore that there are large numbers of NVA now attacking his position, with
All right. I wish we could alter the brightness of our optic. You definitely can do that. We can see the buttons. Surviving and raid of the quest needs to fuck off too. What does that prove? It proves absolutely nothing. Like, Most people do it this way. They literally just don't engage others. Other survives. You know what I mean? Like, why risk it? But we might die here. We've died here twice today so far. I shouldn't have come in here. I should have just stayed outside on the edge, but I don't like having to go all the way, like I don't like running across the back of the mall. You can climb over one, but you can't climb over the other. out of these hidden stashes, how many will we get? There's 1, 2, 3, 4. At least 4, maybe 5. But there's 1 not there. Two not there. Like it's literally pointless to go anywhere other than in the mall on this map. It's a worthless fucking map. 3 not there. Like I don't even know why they still spawn them at all, like ever. Like take them out of the map if they're not going to spawn enough to be reliable. I mean, all of this fucking map, like literally, it's the size of the fucking mall. And there's nothing here. There's no loot. There's like 2 spawns over here. 2 or 3 spawns over here. And they only spawn 1 item. They're not bags. 4 not there. It's just dumb. Like, why are the hidden stashes even in the game? They're not hidden. They're missing. They're not even there, bro. This fucking guy. Stop being a fucking loser, bro. Fucking baby dick. Bet you're still a fucking virgin, too. Bro's using an SVD with a flare. Alt Locust. All he did was damage my flat. How does he damage my back plate shooting me in the front? Just dumb. Search. I missed it. No, I didn't. If I can't sell it on the flea, there's no need for it to have this found in raid. It's just Pointless. Like a fucking circle. Like a fucking circle. Need to take the dog out after this raid.
Нормас, нормас. Охуенно, сейчас поживимся. Ну и что тут?
The spawn with any ammo.
Нормас, нормас. Охуенно, сейчас поживимся. Живем, пацаны.
What the fuck did it just install it to? It just installed a mag into a fucking gun on the ground. He just put a red shell in there, but it says it's a copper sabot slug. Those are green.
Gaga easy.
getting mixed signals. Watch. That looks like a 7 or a 5mm sub, but when he checks the bottom, I don't know. I guess, it could have had one in it. Okay. Yeah, it's got one in the chamber. That's the one in the chamber. Is 7mm, so it's got buckshot in the chamber. Captain, duh.
Ну и чё это за хуйня?
What the fuck was that? That drip though.
Ну, начало дня уже неплохое.
With his left flank vulnerable. The NVA
We're
wastes
almost
no
done
time
with
in
this
moving
rat
around the
arc,
southern
bro.
front, knowing that the Americans are at their weakest before more reinforcements can arrive.
Why do people use kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once? I like to do things myself. I mean, what kind of connection would I have with the sand?
C Company moves to a dried-up creek bed on the battalion's south flank, under fire as soon as their boots hit the ground, clambering out of the choppers. The pinned down and lost 2nd Platoon can't move. Anybody who stands or even crouches is immediately shot by the surrounding enemy they can't see.
Huh.
At last realizing the danger of his situation, at 1:45 PM, Moore calls in airstrikes, artillery and Huey-fired rocket barrages on the mountainside behind the front line, desperately trying to hold back the reinforcing 66th Regiment. As the F-100 Super Sabres begin to pound the mountainside with cannon and napalm strikes, an intimidating 150-man-strong NVA assault begins against Charlie Company on the southern flank. The clash results in significant casualties for both sides, with Bravo and Alpha also repelling fierce assaults, also inflicting and taking heavy casualties. Charlie Company is forced to call in close artillery support against the latest mass
Did he say this was a creek bed? A dried up creek bed, I guess?
assault along the creek bed.
Okay.
At 2:40 PM, Moore stops the remaining 8 heli drops, which would have brought in the much-needed Delta Company.
So
the fire is too heavy around the LZ.
This wasn't during monsoon season.
And it would be too dangerous. However, at 3 PM, the NVA forces temporarily withdraw to regroup, and the Hueys are cleared to land. One helicopter approaches too low to the ground to avoid enemy fire and clips a tree. The airframe crashes into the ground but doesn't explode. The men of Delta Company are okay and emerge to join the fight. Fighting resumes at 3:20. A platoon of Delta Company immediately joins the fight in the southwest where Charlie have been taking massive casualties. The 66th makes a renewed assault on the small Delta contingent. 2 MGs of Alpha Company help to hold off the attack, which nearly breaks a hole through the line. The rest of Delta Company moves to the east and north to finally complete the 360-degree perimeter. At 3:45, Moore orders another push to the lost platoon. Pinned down by an NVA machine gun position, Lieutenant Marm of 2nd Platoon, A Company, fires an LAW and, alone and under fire, charges the nest with grenades. He kills 12 at the MG nest. Hit in the jaw and neck, he is later awarded the Medal of Honor. Alpha
As
and
he
Bravo
should have
Company's
been.
push doesn't work, however, and they withdraw back to the LZ.
There's a difference between, like, so a lot of decorated soldiers nowadays, like in command, have never seen combat. They have combat ribbons all the fuck over them. And it's just because the people that were under them saw combat.
As night falls, both sides dig in. Throughout the day, there have been 88 US casualties. Skirmishes continue overnight, but Bravo Company's lost platoon repels 3 assaults with the help of an overflying AC-47 fixed-wing gunship. The 2nd Battalion of the 7th and the 2nd Battalion of the 5th Cavalry Regiments are to be lifted to nearby LZ Victor overnight to reinforce Moore's battalion at X-Ray by foot. B-52 strikes from Guam are requested for the next day. Their time on target will be 4 PM. The fighting pauses in the early morning. Day breaks on the 15th of November. At 6:40 AM, Moore deploys a patrol to proceed 200 meters south of their perimeter to find the enemy. They barely make it 50 meters when their presence triggers another assault by the now larger NVA force. The Vietnamese appear from the tall grass very close to the American line, having crawled through the undergrowth to launch a surprise close-quarters attack. While the Vietnamese 9th Division has broken and fled through the night after their losses the day before, the fresh 7th Battalion has now arrived to face Moore's exhausted men. Fire cuts through C Company and into Moore's CP itself. Again, C Company is taking heavy casualties, and the American perimeter is in serious danger of being overrun. Specialist Willard Parrish of C Company finds himself situated between D and C Company lines with his M60 light machine gun. So desperate is their situation, he expends all of his M60 ammunition trying to hold the enemy back. He then stands up with a 45 handgun in each hand and continues to repel the advancing NVA just 20 yards from his foxhole. He would later be awarded a Silver Star. However, the front line to the south continues to collapse. Just 30 minutes after the fighting began, Moore's forward air controller, Lieutenant Charlie Hastings, senses disaster and instinctively transmits a radio message to his US Air Force counterparts that he hopes will prevent the impending overrun. Each US platoon pops smoke to identify their positions on the ground. Hastings later recalled,
And then they ran.
"We used the code word Broken Arrow, which meant American unit in contact and in danger of being overrun, and we received all available aircraft in South Vietnam for close air support. We had aircraft stacked up at 1,000-foot intervals from 7,000 to 35,000 feet,
Wow.
each waiting to receive a target and deliver their ordnance." While there would later be confusion over the use of the phrase Broken Arrow, a phrase ordinarily used to indicate an accidental event involving nuclear weapons, it's likely that it is also being used locally in Vietnam as a distress call. The next 3 hours see a massive and decisive use of
Meaning that the advance was broken. The advance was the arrow, and it was cut and broken. Meaning they saw combat
not only
or
against troops
affected.
overrunning Moore's
Right?
battalion, but against
It
the
makes
enemy
sense.
soldiers still making their way over the Chupong Massif to join the fight. Among the airstrikes, 3 F-100 Super Sabres dropped 6 napalm canisters and 6 bombs within 100 meters of the front line. The same 3 aircraft then rotate in and out, dispensing 2,400 20mm cannon rounds into
Wow.
the NVA troops' overwhelming C Company. The US Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps aircraft pound the enemy from the air, and artillery rains down from above dangerously close to the American troops. With the chaos, smoke, explosions, and flame now engulfing the battlefield, a new pair of F-100s scream in towards LZ X-ray. Moore looks up in horror to see the nose of the aircraft pointing straight towards him. He screams at Hastings to call the aircraft off, but it's too late. The leading Super Sabre releases 2 6-foot-long metal canisters that for an eternity tumble around in the air as they fall to the ground. In an instant, everything near the CP burns. It's a miracle that only 3 of his men are hit.
Wow.
The second F-100 had heard the radio warning in time, and pulls away without releasing its napalm on Moore's CP itself. Lieutenant Colonel Moore senses that Forward Air Controller Hastings is shocked by what has just happened, and reassures him, "Don't worry about that."
Bro, can you imagine? You see friendly aircraft coming toward your position, dropping napalm, and then you have to watch and hear your fellow countrymen burning to death next to you.
Charlie, just keep them coming. The pounding continues all day. The fresh NVA 7th Battalion takes such overwhelming fire from artillery and airstrikes that, like the 9th Battalion the day before, it has been stopped in its tracks. With a lull of the fighting, Moore requests that a company from 1st Battalion's sister 2nd Battalion be helicoptered in immediately. These fresh infantrymen are deployed to help the heavily battered C Company on the southern perimeter. At noon, the reinforcing 2nd Battalion 5th Cavalry, who had been airlifted to LZ Victor earlier that morning, also arrives to bolster Moore's perimeter. It becomes evident that the balance of power in the area has shifted, and the NVA 7th Battalion has taken such heavy losses from airstrikes that it can no longer continue. With the new US battalion on the scene, and with ground fighting seemingly over for the day, Moore's exhausted battalion prepares for exfil back to base in the afternoon. The B-52 Stratofortress strategic bombers from Guam arrive high overhead at 4 p.m. Several entire map grid areas over the Chupong Massif have been marked for destruction, aiming to halt the advance of the NVA's 33rd Regiment and the remainder of the 66th to the area. 18 US Air Force B-52Fs drop 900 500-pound bombs across the area. Known as arc-light strikes, the B-52s will return to area bomb the suspected NVA locations every day for 7 days. Over 96 sorties, 5,000 bombs will be dropped. With a final artillery barrage, the lost 2nd Platoon is rescued at 4:15 p.m. With another smaller skirmish taking place in the early hours of the following morning, the 2-day fight at LZ X-ray has seen 79 Americans killed and 121 wounded. The NVA would estimate their losses at 1,215, predominantly as a result of the massive air campaign waged against them. After a brief skirmish the following morning, Moore's men are choppered out of LZ X-ray, leaving battalions from the 5th and 7th Cavalry Regiments on the ground in the area. 3rd Brigade Commander Colonel Brown is worried that further NVA formations are moving into the area and calls for a withdrawal, but General Westmoreland orders the 2 battalions to stay, wanting to avoid giving the appearance of retreat to the NVA and the US press. The
US press. Fuck the US press.
Move out on foot towards
They're
LZ
trash.
Columbus and LZ Albany, both 2 miles away, vacating the area in time for a B-52 strike against Chu Pong and LZ X-Ray itself the following day. At this moment, General Westmoreland does not yet know how deadly this decision will be, as in the long grass near LZ Albany, an NVA battalion lies in wait. Thanks again to our sponsor, Conflict of Nations, for support.
Here's one thing you need to do before buying anything online.
This video, as most of the exhausted, battle-weary men who have defended LZ X-Ray are choppered out, General Westmoreland orders the remaining battalions to remain in the area. Not wanting to give the impression of retreat to the NVA and the US press, he rejects the request by 3rd Brigade Commander Colonel Brown that the whole force needs to be evacuated, as more NVA forces are descending.
He doesn't have a lot on Vietnam.
A new series of Arc-Light B-52 strikes are requested across the area for the 17th of December to suppress the NVA force.
No big deal, just matching bug is back in the game.
The Chu Pong Massive. Some strikes are to be conducted dangerously close.
Fucking dog shit game, bro. It's forever fucking broken and full of cheaters. It's something else, man. It is something else.
To LZ X-Ray, and so the remaining 2 battalions are ordered to move out on foot, one to LZ Albany and one to LZ Columbus. The 2 battalions move out together in a long and disorganized column on the morning of the 17th. The hard fighting at LZ X-Ray over the last few days has been costly for the Americans, but a far more horrifying situation awaits them, a near massacre at LZ Albany. On arrival at the 2 landing zones, the plan is to use them as forward landing areas, from which reinforcing US and South Vietnamese units will conduct further operations into the western Nha Trang Valley. With the heavy burden placed on the helicopters of the 1st Cavalry Division in the weeks before and during the
probably
Battle of
dead
LZ
already.
The aircraft are unavailable to carry the 2 battalions to the new landing zones, likely because maintenance and repairs have fallen dangerously behind during the heavy action. The advances to Albany and Columbus are only 2 miles, in not particularly difficult terrain, and with still overwhelming artillery and air power on call. But from the divisional down to company level, the US military vastly underestimates the strength of the remaining NVA forces in the area after the fighting for LZ X-Ray. Necessarily to march to 2 different LZs, the force splits shortly after leaving X-Ray. Lieutenant Colonel Tully's 2nd Battalion 5th Cavalry Regiment heads off towards Columbus, while Lieutenant Colonel McDade's 2nd Battalion 7th Cavalry Regiment continues on to Albany. The splitting of the force is the first grave error. The second deadly mistake is that the battalion marches forward without the tactical rigidity the situation requires, dangerously stretched out and vulnerable to attacks from the flanks. The leading and tail companies in the column do maintain good wedge formations, but the two companies in the middle march in a disorganized long and thin line. At 12:40 p.m., 200...
Ideally, these center roads would have been 2 men wide, right? Or 3 men, like a little like this, right? One watching the men in front, or hell, even 4 men, right? So have a diamond. So, you know what I mean? Like, so to have people looking out of the sides and be able to fire on both sides and engage either direction in the front and back and see where.
From the clearing at LZ Albany.
Ideally, they would have had at least 2
The
wide.
force halts to take 2 Vietnamese soldiers prisoner. It is likely that at least 2 others escape. Under interrogation, the 2 men claim they are deserters, but in reality they are leading a scout party for a dangerous NVA force nearby. The scouts who are not captured report the spotted US force to Commander Le Xuan Phuoy, commanding officer.
Right, so just the one more, right? Just the one more survival, right?
Of the NVA's 8th Battalion of the 66th Regiment, and Comrade Luan, Deputy Commander of the 1st Battalion of the 33rd Regiment. The Americans number 400. The combined Vietnamese forces nearby number between 600 and 700. Both NVA battalions quietly move out to hook around the left and right flanks of McDade's battalion. He doesn't realize it yet, but he is soon to be completely surrounded by an enemy he doesn't know is there. The head of the column arrives into LZ Albany, but the whole formation is 500 meters long. Another halt is called. McDade calls all of his company commanders to the edge of the clearing to describe how he'd like the companies to occupy the position. In doing so, the third deadly mistake is made.
Oh.
The battalion and company
There was no
commanders
command
fail to convey to their men that they are still in a combat zone, and so the height of attention and lookout should still be maintained.
But it wasn't.
However, with their commanders temporarily gone, the exhausted men slump to the ground to catch some much-needed sleep. Some are veterans of the LZ X-ray fight and haven't properly slept for days. To compound this, the leaders of the companies they are supposed to be commanding are, at 1:15 p.m., hundreds of meters away from their men. It is at this moment that a ferocious hail of fire rips into the column from all sides. The NVA battalions have deployed 4 12.7mm heavy machine guns and bring 82mm mortar fire down on the length of the column.
They were
Captain
just
George
slaughtered.
Forrest of Alpha Company at the rear of the column, without waiting for orders, sprints through the fire right the way down the line to reunite with his men.
His men at the end.
The leading
Yeah.
and tailing companies, who had maintained better formation during the march, are able to scramble into effective defensive perimeters, and with Alpha's leader back with his men, they are more coherent.
But they already lost
Those in the
multiple men
center
down
are still
here.
lucky. In the first hour of the ambush, the young men can do little but hope they are fortunate enough to evade the hail of lead coming into their position. For most, they are not. McDade has maintained close contact with his artillery support and calls in effective close artillery strikes to hold the NVA back. After an hour, the US Air Force is once again overhead, desperately delivering danger-close napalm strikes on the edge of the thin perimeter of a US force about to be overwhelmed. The sky turns to dark with the swirling smoke from napalm and artillery explosions. With the disorganization of the column and the enemy so close, American napalm kills Americans and Vietnamese. Upon learning of the ambush, Brigade Commander Colonel Brown had ordered a company from the battalion that marched to LZ Columbus to march to reinforce LZ Albany. This company now arrives and, together with Captain Forrest's Tail End Alpha Company, they attempt to push inwards towards the clearing, picking up surviving and isolated infantrymen on their way. If they can make it, a more complete perimeter
no. I lost the mag. None of it's found in red. Wonder if power's here. Well, that doesn't bode well for us at power. This fucking guy is just godly with his fucking aim. He just doesn't fucking miss. Hanging out in the extract like the piece of shit he is. Fucking actual trash can. Yeah, it's another cheater. Wow. That's the fourth cheater we've ran into today. At least it's been a while since we ran into one. I guess. I don't know. That one was on an EOD account. 600 hours. Right. And a bother. Need a bisec. I should have bought it before I did. Oh, damn it. Vitality from bleeding. That was not good. That was PS. I need grenades and a balaclava. Yep.
Perimeter can be formed around the clearing, allowing for
Right back.
helicopters to land to pick up the heavily wounded. With fire continuing from all sides, this movement is very difficult, but they do make progress. With nightfall, they begin to set up a perimeter where they are. With the cover of darkness, Brown now orders B Company, 2nd Battalion of the 7th Cavalry, exhausted veterans of the days of fighting at LZ X-Ray, to reboard their Hueys at Camp Holloway and ride back into a hot and surrounded LZ once more. They land at 6:30 PM into heavy fire. Miraculously, no aircraft are lost in the drop, and the arriving company takes command of the immediate LZ Albany clearing, absorbing any American survivors into its perimeter. This doesn't help the outlying companies, and the night offers them more danger than safety. Isolated or wounded individual GIs are found and killed in the darkness.
Wow.
By morning, the Vietnamese commanders know that more aggressive US air power will likely arrive, and so the assault is concluded. The
They
surviving
definitely
NVA
won.
troops withdraw. Dawn reveals the horrors of the ambush. As helicopters begin to arrive to retrieve the dead,
They won this
one
battle.
platoon commander recalls that the scene is like a long, bloody traffic jam in the jungle.
Wow.
Of the 400 Americans who marched into LZ Albany, 155 have been killed and a further 124 wounded, a 70% casualty rate. One surviving US infantryman isn't accounted for, and is only located a week later by a passing helicopter. The US would claim 550
Wow.
NVA casualties, but based on weapons recovered from the battlefield, the real number is likely closer to half of that. When compared to the 3-day battle at LZ X-Ray, the 16 hours at LZ Albany has cost more American lives and becomes the most deadly single-day battle of the Vietnam War. The heavy losses at the fights for LZ's X-Ray and Albany do little to convince the US military of the potency of the air mobile concept, and Brown's 3rd Brigade is withdrawn from the Pleiku campaign. So early in the US involvement in Vietnam, the action in the Ia Drang Valley has shown that, despite technological inferiority, especially against US air power,
They still have
NVA ground
effective
forces are
means of
motivated, hard and skillful at fighting in the jungle.
yeah.
Although NVA losses were greater,
Counter.
the heavy US losses at X-Ray and Albany should have been an early indicator that the war in Vietnam would not be easy, fast, or without
This is General Westmoreland.
sacrifice.
Consider that. I'm going to tell you 3 ways I.
Brother, do your fucking job. Gotta fill up those first. I like this. I don't mind the spawn. Intel. Okay, one there. Northern Industrial Zone gates. it just doesn't make sense that, like, oh man. Also, I'm stuttering really fucking bad. This is partially looted, it looks like. You made a lot.
Но начало дня уже неплохое.
Oh man. Need an optic. Optic. Wait, are you serious? You can't buy an XPSO at level 3 Peacekeeper? That's fucking stupid. That's what? Does somebody else sell them? Maybe. I want to see if actually changing my quality affects my frames, not my nothing else. I want to see if it gets me more frames and change. Well, and I want to see if it changes my usage. I'm lying. Sorry. Well, I'm not lying. I'm only. I only got to part of the information in my brain. I was incorrect. Was incorrect. Wait. What did I? Oh, I forgot what I backed out for. Again. I fucked it up. Whenever I did that, whenever I completed colleagues part 3, I fucked it up. Fucked it up. I should have bought my sick and then put it in. Then I'm so sorry. It was the quality. It's the texture qualities. That's what I'm changing. Oh.
I use generative.
Over Lake Victoria in Ugandan airspace. Amid a tropical storm, the roar of thunder and cracks of lightning nullify the aircraft's hum. Operation Thunderbolt could not be more aptly named. They relay the message over Jordan. The aircraft, Israeli C-130 Hercules, or Carnafs, approach the airport at the town of Entebbe. As Carnaf 1 nears the runway, it is consumed by darkness, until at the very last moment the runway's lights become discernible, and the aircraft touches down.
That's exactly what you thought it was.
26 men of the Sayarat Zan Hamin prepare to disembark to place lights along the runway for the remaining aircraft. 27th of June 1976. Singapore Airlines Flight 736 lands at Athens Airport after a stopover in Bahrain, where two members of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine Special Operations Group, Fayez Abdul Rahim Jaber and Jael Naji al-Arjam, board the aircraft. With them are two West Germans, Wilfried Bose and Brigitte Kuhlmann, of the Revolutionaire Zelen. Also landing at Athens comes Air France Flight 139, bound for Paris via Athens from Tel Aviv. At 11:30 am, Flight 139 lands, where the four members board the aircraft. As Flight 139 departs with its 260 passengers and crew, the aircraft is immediately seized, with Bose bursting onto the flight deck wielding a pistol and a grenade. The aircraft is ordered towards Libya, while monitoring units in Israel become aware of the evolving situation. Flight 139 is granted permission by Libyan officials to land at Benghazi Airport, where negotiations between the hijackers and the Libyan government conclude with a transfer of fuel, allowing them to continue their route.
Out of Libya.
One hostage, Patricia Martel, feigns a miscarriage and is removed from the aircraft. With the aircraft readied, it departs for the heart of Africa. At this time, the Israeli government remains unaware of the hijackers' motives, whilst Patricia Martel, now back in Britain, is interviewed by Scotland Yard. Representatives from the Israeli embassy confirm the presence of 4 hijackers. All the while, Flight 139 has flown deep into the heart of Africa. During the early morning hours of the 28th of June, it lands at
Uganda.
Airport. Here, the hijackers are joined
I didn't know where this was.
by Fawad Awad, Abdel Al-Latif, and Abu Ali. As the aircraft touches down, it is surrounded by Ugandan soldiers. The Ugandan government is supportive of the hijackers, and after 9 hours of negotiations, Flight 139 is moved.
Uganda is supportive of the hijackers. Stop it.
Moved to the old terminal, where the hostages are disembarked and confined. Courtesy of the British Broadcasting Corporation, the Israeli government learns that Flight 139 has landed at Entebbe. With this, Colonel Ehud Barak establishes an ad hoc group to deliberate potential military operations. During
But then they leave.
Major General Benny Peled suggests transporting 1,000 troops over 2,000 miles to Entebbe. On the 29th of June, the hijackers finally release a communique listing their demands.
Feel like there's not that big of a difference, like 30 to 40%, 20 to 30%, and then 20 to 30%. Yeah, I mean, literally it doesn't even get close to half at high. It's just the thing, man. Hello, friend.
Видишь, скупщиков все продам. Понятно.
What's up with me getting this same shotgun with these same bullets and the same mag? This is either the... That's big. Big boy. I think I double back and go this way, right? To Southern Landslide. It's much closer than anything else. Okay, so there we go. I get way more frames. Well, I was getting more frames. I lied. It's something to do with when you ADS on this map or when I run. Definitely getting more frames on low though. Let's walk this way for a couple of... Yeah. I'm getting like 10 to 11 more frames, but it's keeping me above 60. That's the ideal thing, is staying above 60 whenever I ADS. So tragic. You know, if we ADS like that, if this was our ADS, it wouldn't have to create a completely different screen. I feel like if we ADS like that, it would be easier on the graphics, right? Like, you're not changing FOVs whenever you ADS. It's not literally changing the entire screen. Things aren't rendering out on the edges and rendering in the middle, sort of thing. But that's what happens when you ADS with an optic. It extends your visibility literally, and it starts loading in other objects that haven't loaded in with greater detail. And then it puts that screen on top of another screen, so it's rendering two different images of the game at the same time. That's why your FPS drops so much. Because it's rendering this and that, right? It's still hit or miss though, like, I don't know, dude. I wish that, like, I wish the water audio made sense. See, we're hearing like waves break and tunnels form and stuff like that. And we're hearing lots of air push off. Like, there are no waves though. It doesn't make any sense. Like, either make it quieter or make it match the sound that it's producing. We got a few of these whenever they were super cheap. But we've already ran out of one, so. And I don't know how much they are. They got up to like 1.2 mil last wipe, bro. It's crazy. Yeah, I have 2 that are found in raid now.
Ништяк, пацаны, сегодня мы кайфуем.
I've thought about doing a laptop as well, but honestly, I think this is going to be better and cheaper than any laptop I can get for sure. I think it'll be higher quality production. Hey, let's slide what in my sister slide into. Grip and found my groove. My brother ride through. My brothers ride through. Wait, that's the says the same thing though.
What is up, you sexy YouTube mother lovers, and welcome.
The 7840? That's the 7840U though. Huh. That's just a slide into. Grip and found my groove.
Including the release of 53 pro-Palestinian militants across 5 countries by 2 p.m. on the 1st of July. Here, Israel faces a problem, as bowing to the hijackers' demands would likely set a lasting precedent. Meanwhile, an operative of the Israeli intelligence agency Mossad flies over Entebbe in a light aircraft to collect photographs of the airfield. In a meeting with Israeli Minister of Defense Shimon Peres, Benny Peled demands, "What do you want? That we
Mossad cannot be trusted."
Peres replies, "How many do you need?"
It's pretty well known that Jeffrey Epstein's handlers were Mossad. He was working for Mossad. He was an asset of Israel.
For that. To which Peled replies, "To conquer the whole country, I need 1,000 soldiers."
Which is...
To conquer Entebbe, maybe 200 men. For the hostages at Entebbe, their stay is becoming perilous.
The amount of child trafficking that has been associated with Israel is insane. Whether in Israel or abroad here in America.
During the afternoon,
fairly sure that and it's not necessarily Israelis, it's a specific sect of Jewish people that are participating in it. I believe. I may be wrong. I may be completely wrong. But I do know that they found smuggling tunnels underneath a mosque in New York with lots of baby things in it, hidden by a mattress and a tapestry, built by illegal aliens hired by the Hasidic Jews that owned or ran the mosque that it was under. It was real, like the video was really weird. They were all speaking Yiddish. Didn't it Yiddish they speak? They were screaming in Yiddish, bro, as the police were uncovering this tunnel that was literally in the mosque, like behind where the rabbi would speak from. Like there was this tapestry thing hanging on the wall, and they moved it, and there's this big ass fucking 5x5 hole, literally, in the wall, in the middle of a fucking temple. Like, it's crazy. Like, that was, like, the images that I've seen of it, like, were just real. What's up with all these bullets flying directly over my head? I wonder if I transfer my operating system over to this gamma drive, it's a much faster drive, if I'll get better performance in game. Because see, like, it's not even using the gamma drive. It's reading off of it, but it's not using it really. See? It's this that's doing it, pretty sure. Client search host. I don't understand, like. I don't know, man. In terms of like performance and how like it seems hit or miss. Like, yeah, my overall frames are higher, but my average PC latency isn't that much lower. And like my frames aren't consistently higher. Like they're higher, but they're not consistently higher. You know what I mean? Like. I I mean, 60 to 80 is not that big of a difference. $60 frames to 80 frames is not that big of a difference. I thought that was at me, bro. That was above me. Holy, that scared the shit out of me, guys. Actually, that scared me. It spooked me a bit. Suddenly, my render latency is fucking 4 milliseconds. I don't understand this computer, man. It's just so hit or miss. It doesn't make any sense, man. Like, just suddenly my render latency dropped by 40 milliseconds. It's not a little bit, it's a tremendous drop. And my frame stabilized as well. I feel like if I... Even though this entire game is on this drive, it's reading off of here. I don't know, man. I really need to reinstall Windows, I guess, onto this computer. Onto the Gamma drive, onto my fastest drive. That might actually solve some of my issues as well. I'm single tapping that and it is double tapping for some reason. It's so weird. and hit or miss on that render latency in frames.
Сука ты, блядь, ты упырь, блядь, гнида, блядь. Вон он.
Didn't bring another mag. Only have 2. Okay, so that was a scav shooting at me earlier. No big deal. Desert BP. I just can't comprehend this render latency metric, because sometimes it drops low like this on high-low settings, sometimes it drops low like this on low-low settings. But it won't do it on high or high-low. It won't do it consistently on high-low. And even on low, sometimes my render latency is the same as when it's on high-low. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense. I'm not even using 50% of this isn't making it to 50%, this isn't making it to 50, this isn't making it to 50, and this isn't making it to 50%. Nothing is making it to 50% usage, and still, like, it's... I don't know, man. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I need to have somebody that knows their ass from a hole in the ground look at it, but they want several $100s to optimize your PC, so that's not gonna happen, bud. Not going to happen. It runs. That was a single press. I pressed it one time and it did it. Maybe it's bouncing halfway through and registering twice. That was my last nade. Someone already killed something there. Alright, so we got one, there's one more. We got two down. He got his friend's tag. We need to do some Jaeger task because I accidentally turned in colleagues before buying a thick case. So now I don't have a sick case. And I don't have the rep for Jaeger. Nice try, bud. Someone extracted via 11 SR? No way. Should I also do an SJ6 with this, or? Yeah, I think I should. That guy put his friends tag in his cam, I guess. Alright, I need to survive this raid. Need one more survive. I think that's a player scav. Or a player. Could be. Yeah. Bro, there's one literally in the extract and one outside of the extract. No goddamn way. No way, bro. No way. No way. I'm gonna have to rotate inside and then push out of the back to even get close. Fuck. I don't want to take a fight while I'm on a mule. There's a scav back here. Yo, Skate, welcome back. How's it going? How have you been, bud? I'm doing all right. We had another satellite die on us, another Netgear Nighthawk satellite die on us. So we had a couple of days where we didn't stream, and we had to slightly change the schedule. So like I'm streaming from 7 to 2 now, about. Today I can go long because I don't have to pick up any of the kids or anything, but yeah, going forward they're gonna start a little later. You've been getting up later in the day anyway. Yeah. Well, so I have a mesh system. I have a Netgear Nighthawk mesh system. I've had 2 of the satellites in the past year die on me. So whenever I built this PC, yeah. So whenever I built this PC, I didn't put a Wi-Fi card in it. And then my stream PC was supposed to have Wi-Fi, but didn't come with a Wi-Fi card. And it either that or it's bad and just doesn't show up. So I bought a switch and a mesh system, and I've been hardwired into the switch, which was hardwired into the mesh system. Well, the second mesh satellite died, so I'm not buying another one. So right now I'm hardwired through my house with about 70 foot well, it's about 70 feet. I have 100 feet plugged in of cat cable. So for now, I'm going to be hardwired until I can afford another stream PC that has Wi-Fi and a Wi-Fi card for my game PC, which I already have the Wi-Fi card picked out for the game PC. I'm still kind of looking at stream PCs. I can't really spend over $300 on one. Now I wanted it to have slightly better quality than the one that I have now. And I think the one that I have picked out is better, will provide me with a better quality stream. I think I'll be able to increase the settings on it. The one that I'm looking at, with the one that I'm looking at. That's what you rock, an Ethernet cable? So the problem is I can't always keep it plugged in. The way that this house was built, well, I mean, I have a stream PC. I have a stream PC. It's just all hardwired in, and it's not very good. Let's see. This is my current stream PC. I have a Dell Optiplex. It's got DDR3 RAM in it, bro. $120. And this is what I'm looking at to buy. Yeah, right now I stream using this and then my game PC with an Elgato HD60S Plus. I think this will provide me with a better stream quality. I think I'll be able to use a slower preset and everything. And I think I'll be able to stream it 1664 by 936 rather than 864. Isn't that big of a difference, but it makes a difference whenever there's a lot of motion in the game. 936 works better than 864. That was 3 scabs. None of them saw me. So like I do. You really want to catch your piece string earlier, if that's all. Unfortunately, I can't stream it really any other time regularly. But this has been working for me, streaming during the days. So like right now I can't increase my quality preset on my stream PC without it becoming completely useless. I can't do anything else and it starts to drop frames after a while. It's not great. So I think this person started here, realized that the car wasn't there, and went to the other extract just to like hang out. Legitimately, I think that's what happened. But yeah, right now I can't increase my preset anymore because it just starts dropping frames tremendously, and I can't use my other screen for maps or anything. So slowly but surely, I'm trying to improve my stream setup. So I killed two, I saw one, and then I saw another, or I got shot at by another at this extract. I don't know if they're both still there, if they were like together or not. They could have been together and the other one was waiting on his friend before they extracted. Yeah, I was streaming on a 1660 Super when I started playing Tarkov, and then I built a PC. I sold my boat and I built this gaming PC I have now. Hell yeah, your buddy just got himself a 4070 Super. Hell yeah, I'd be jealous too. Wait, a Super? You mean TI? Do they make a 4070 Super? Is that new-ish? Sold a boat? What the fuck? My grandfather left it to me. And I didn't want to sell it. Like, I would have loved to keep it. But I didn't have a truck to bring it to the lake in. It sat. So the 4070 Super is brand new. Gotcha. You didn't get any from it, bro. No. But yeah, it was a good boat. I got 20 from it when I sold it. I built a pretty substantial PC for. And I had some left over. Obviously, I built a PC with a 3060 Ti. I knew I wasn't gonna have a tremendous performance increase, but I made sure to get a PC or a CPU that would be able to build with the 3060 rather than the other way around, because Tarkov has a really big issue with CPU bottlenecks. So at the time, the 5950, when I built mine, was the best AMD CPU that wasn't a Threadripper. Yes. Yeah, it's more CPU heavy than GPU heavy. But, like, at the same time, it's pretty GPU heavy as well. We'll do that next. Sick. Survival. Huge. Win. W. Wait. Who the fuck killed the other one? I definitely killed both of those guys out front. Unless his friend accidentally TK'd him trying to shoot me. That's huge. That was our last survive we needed to finish this sales night. Do. Never be the same again. Put that on God, huh? Where's Mule? Found your first serve kit yesterday, or the wipe that is. Know if the serve kit does anything. Yes, it fixes broken bones and it restores more health than a CMS. So if you use the CMS, this goes down to like 28 off of one use. Whereas if you use a serve, I think it's like 42. So like you lose more health on the arm whenever you use a CMS. The CMS is faster by 4 seconds. So the survival kit gives you more arm health after fixing a black limb, and it can fix broken arms and legs and stuff like that. The CMS cannot. It can only fix black limbs. I need grenades. And I need to feed and water this guy. This fella. I will wear it. Why not? One of those. Get rid of that. Another one of these. At least. At least. All right, tasks. We don't have to go back to interchange right now. So what's no. So you know when your limb gets blacked, right? And then you fix it. Okay, this number changes. Your max number changes. Okay, the serve leaves you with 40 something. The CMS cuts it in half, so it leaves you with 28 or 30. In terms of max health. Yes, exactly. It doesn't give you any health. It just gives you one. You have one health out of whatever it fixes it to. The CMS does not give you it all back. The only way that a CMS gives you all of the health back, like a serve kit, is if you have max surgery. So whenever you have max surgery, you don't lose the same amount of XP. So as this levels up, you lose less and less XP whenever you fix a limb. It's also faster. It's faster, and the penalty is less. It's a whole thing. Did you put a... Is that level 4? Oh shit. Level 4 back, level 5 front. Sick. I need to do this. I want to do this, but I need to do this. You cannot refill fuel containers. You can craft with them. So once they're empty, they're crafting items. You can craft grenade cases or mag cases with them. So the metal ones make grenade cases, and then the plastic ones make magazine cases. And then 3 magazine cases can be used to craft a lucky scab box. So technically, if you upgrade just your hideout, you can get a lot of items that are later trader items by crafting them. I haven't found a flash drive all day, and then I kill this guy and he has a flash drive on him. I need to know who killed that other guy last raid, bro. Like unless he TK'd his friend, like this is the one that was trying to run away. I think this guy TK'd his friend. You're only level 1 right now. It is quite the grind to learn this game. What, are you laughing at his name? Right. So. Two birds, one stone. 40k potentially? Yeah, like, I don't know. I looted both of them. So like, if somebody else shot them, they left and didn't loot. Almost up to 2 milli rubles? Hell yeah. I usually don't stack rubles until like I'm done with most of the quests in game, and like I'm really good at losing them. I'm not that great at keeping them. You're about to get lit? Hell yeah. I stopped. Again. I stopped smoking again. Well, I don't have like real, like, it's not real it's, I can't buy flour here. Like, everything I get is something that they created in a lab, which is not my favorite thing to smoke in the world. So that kind of sucks. Not legal. I don't have any drug dealers. Break the fake junk? Yeah, it's not really fake. It's more like they made it in a lab, and there's only so many chemicals in it, so it's got a different chemical profile than actual, like, I say actual, than flour, like naturally occurring flour, natural strains. So like, it's a bunch of Delta 9 analogs mixed in with CBD and, you know, like, it's stuff like that. not Delta 9, it's Delta 10, or it's THCA, or it's THCP. I don't know. I don't like smoking it. I mean, it does the job, I guess, but it feels a little different. I don't particularly care for it all that much. A long road. All the derivatives, yeah. They've started just like filling up
The first episode of
filling
Cursed
up
Images
carts
of 2024. Well, since we've done one
with derivatives of derivatives of derivatives of derivatives. It's
Cursed
just,
Images, if you don't know, of course, is a series on the channel where you
I don't
guys
like
find
it.
the worst, most cursed images of firearms and gun stuff. And
not to mention, like, I prefer flour or live resins. And so the flour that you can get in my state it's like, it's not chemically changed, it's genetically changed. They've bred it to only produce certain cannabinoids. So what they've done is they've created these strains that are almost no Delta 9 THC, but extraordinary amounts of THCA. THCA in reaction when added plus heat equals Delta 9 and a couple of other chemicals. But it's, I don't know, it definitely feels a little different. I can say that. So like what you can buy in stores here is not what you can grow. It's not growable unless you have the specific genetics, and those are more than likely the genetics that people are buying for THCA are going to be what you call it? They'll be copyrighted. Not copyright. It's not copyright. It's like patented. There it is. Sort of. So like, I could technically get a license to grow THCA flower in my state, but to get the seeds for THCA flower, I have to like go from shop to shop and find somebody that already has THCA or THCA seeds that's willing to sell them to me. And then it costs just as much, if not more, to buy THCA seeds than it does to buy regular cannabis seeds. You still have to get the same sort of licensure to grow it, and it's just not as good. It's the whole thing, man. It's a whole thing. But yeah, we have stopped because we need to save the monies. And it just wasn't cutting it anymore for me. Like hitting a vape all day is not the same as rolling either. Or like working up a dab. Like I enjoyed doing those things. That's the drug addict coming out of me. Those little getting it ready things. It's like I absolutely love rolling. Like I don't roll as I go usually. I usually sit down. Back in the day, I would buy an O. I would go home, sit in my car, turn on some music, and weigh out 40 to 50 .3s. So like I was smoking 0.3 joints, little pinners. I actually got a disposable for free that you're going on a long break again. Yeah, so this is day number 2 since I smoked last. I haven't had any issues this time compared to last time. Last time was harder. Like I couldn't eat for a day. Like it was a whole day or two that I couldn't even eat. I wasn't hungry. Well, it was prep, and it was also like whenever you sit down to roll, like you got to get everything out, and you know it's fucking. By the time you get everything out and roll, it's taking you 5-10 minutes. Like if you just sit down and make a time to roll it all after you buy it, then you just smoke them like a pack of cigarettes, right? You don't have to roll a fucking cigarette every time. We're not poor like that anymore, boys. I mean, we're poor, but we're not that poor anymore. No. It also made it way easier, like consistency wise, to like roll and always smoke the same amount, and you know, sort of keep that same sort of feeling throughout, and conserve cannabis. What if I had a farm? Would I smoke all the time? I mean, probably not. Just because then it becomes a getting high on your own supply sort of thing. I mean, I would obviously keep some from my grows and smoke occasionally, but nah, I really would like to not have to smoke every day. Like, I don't like that feeling. That's why I stopped taking my ADHD medicine in high school. Like, it's just, I didn't like literally having to take this, like, having to smoke to go do things. Like, it becomes that. Really, really easily for me. So. Like, yeah, there are stints of time, like I'll spend a week or 2 or 3 where I literally smoke when I wake up until I go to sleep. It's just not it's not cost effective, and after a while, you know, you just start to get ill rather than starting to feel better. And it's not good, man. It's similar to other things that I've done. So we do our best to try to monitor our usage of things. Cabin. .303 and portable cabin. What is this one for? Customs control guard cabins. Last night, I was getting my feet rubbed by the baddest bitch, not Trina, but I swear to God, this bitch will make you call your girl up and tell her, hey, what's good? Sorry, I'm never coming home. I'm gonna stay for good. Then hang the phone up and proceed to lay the wood. I came fast like 911 in white neighborhoods. And he got no shame about it. I got defensive and said, nah, I was the same without it. Back to a better me. That's not bad at all. Not bad at all. But like, where am I? What? I don't know what map I want to go to, guys. Used to smoke every day, and now it's more once every month. You prefer it this way so much more now. Yeah, it's more enjoyable that way. And you would end up letting it make you lazy for too long. You wouldn't get shit done, but that's just you. Yeah, I mean, if I can start to do something, I can smoke and do it. I never had any issues working and smoking. Like, I worked construction for a little bit, and yeah, me and my foreman smoked. We smoked every day. Oh yeah. It's definitely a hazard of drugs.
From those of other nationalities. One hostage, a Holocaust survivor, recalls.
To just get, you know, get lazy.
I felt myself back 32 years when I heard German orders waving guns. I imagined shuffling lines and harsh cries of Jews to the right. On the 30th of June, some 47 hostages, mainly French nationals, are released and flown to Paris as a goodwill gesture from Ugandan President Idi Amin. From these, Israeli intelligence officers gather information helping them to build a picture of the hijackers' numbers, equipment, and routines. Moreover, they confirm that none expect a military response and are accordingly lax. On the 1st of July, the remaining 101 non-Jews are released, leaving only 94 Israelis and 12 Defiant aircrew. As the deadline fast approaches, Israel negotiates an extension until the 4th of July. Come the 3rd of July, the day of the Sabbath, with meetings taking place in Tel Aviv, a force of 4 Hercules, named by the Israelis as the Karnaf, depart from Lod Airport heading in different directions to avoid arousing the suspicion of inquisitive eyes below. In complete radio silence, the aircraft land at Ophira as a civilian airliner above.
Fuck, my bad. I was muted. I don't think I would have been comfortable going in, like, whenever I was doing, whenever I was working with people, like retail, but construction or anything like that, like, I could definitely do, as long as I'm not, in working with machinery. I wouldn't smoke if I was using heavy machinery, obviously. I generally don't smoke within so much time of driving my car and stuff like that. Just out of safety issues. For safety reasons. But whenever I was doing stairs, I was the guy that would go into the rafters to prepare the stringers to be lifted. So I was 3 stories up in the rafters, and the owner of the company wasn't the most thoughtful, so we didn't have any safety harnesses or anything for that job. Actually, we never had a safety harness for that, for doing what I was doing, whereas I really should have. If OSHA had saw me, if somebody from OSHA had saw me climbing up there, we would have gotten sent home. 10 out of 10. And I probably spent 200 hours up in them fucking rafters. But like, yeah. If one of the guys over it all, or if an OSHA guy had come through, we would have gotten sent home. Where am I getting shot from, bro? Ad chat, sorry. I haven't been paying attention to ads at all. And it's been running them all fucking day during raids. let's get to, what did you do? What did you, or what do you do for work, if you don't mind telling the class? All right then. I guess he was up where I was looking. He was in Fortress or wherever. Wow. Well. Oh man. E46. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I need another SVD. But I'm not putting an optic and stuff on it. I'm just gonna, it's not gonna be suppressed and it's not gonna have a powered optic. Shadow.
Above almost dashes
Need
the
to refill my
operational
water.
secrecy by
Right back.
broadcasting of a party beneath. Here, the Carnaffs prepared themselves for the 2,484-mile journey to Entebbe. The aircraft are given permission to depart. As they do, they briefly cross into Saudi airspace before heading southwards towards the gauntlet of the Red Sea. As the formation transits across, Saudi radar operators below keep a watchful eye on traffic. Back in Tel Aviv, two Boeing 707s depart from Lod Airport, heading for Kenyan airspace as political deliberations conclude with unwavering support for a strike.
Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. 1040 and limited credits only. Get the TurboTax app now.
God damn it.
Once clear of Egyptian and Saudi.
All right. Music while we build this gun and stuff. Do. T46.
Saudi radar installations, and before entering the ranges of French and Soviet radars in Eritrea and Somalia, all craft filled to the brim with Israeli special forces turned southwest towards Uganda. With Karnaf 1 on the ground at Entebbe Airport, Lieutenant Colonel Shani turns his aircraft towards the old terminal, and with his ramp lowered, a Mercedes-Benz and 2 Land Rovers manned by 29 men of the Sayeret Pool, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Yoni Netanyahu,
That's sick.
move in procession towards the old terminal. As they approach,
Older brother of current. Okay.
2 Ugandan soldiers halt their advance.
This is what you call.
As one raises his rifle, the other disappears into the darkness. Yoni commands his Mercedes to cut right, enabling a clear line of fire. The first Ugandan soldier is struck, falling to the ground, only to stag.
It's always suspicious when an absolute ruler is surrounded in his cabinet by his family.
Get to his feet.
They're the only people I trust not to kill me in my sleep.
A crack of Kalashnikov fire from the Land Rover behind, killing the soldier. The second Ugandan soldier reappears, but is promptly shot down by the mounted machine
That's new.
gun. All secrecy is now lost in the fusillade of gunfire. Immediately, Yoni Netanyahu orders the procession to make haste towards the old terminal, as Ugandan guards from the control tower open fire. With the vehicles now reaching the old terminal, the 29 men of the Sayeret Mat Call disembark, racing towards their entry points. At the forefront, Mookie Betzer fires at a fleeting Ugandan soldier who
Mookie Betzer. Mookie Betz.
Approaching the old terminal, Betzer spots one of the hijackers, Wilfred Bowes, step outside the building. Taking aim, Betzer fires and misses. Bowes bursts back into the departure hall, shouting, "The Ugandans have gone crazy, they're shooting at us."
Oh, it put me in that raid, damn.
Briefly falter as they bunch up beneath the old air traffic control tower. Spurred on by the yells of Yoni Netanyahu, the teams continue to their entry points. As Betzer reaches the first entrance point, he finds it blocked.
Excuse me? I just got robbed by Tarkov. Just got robbed. Oh, man. Again.
With no
Literal, bro. I swear to God. Nikita, fix your fucking game, bro. God damn. Server crashes. Can't connect to server. Stuck leaving game. You've already lost a kit. Now you can't even fucking go into a raid. And Jesus, bro. Like, this goddamn game's ran by fucking guinea pigs. It's annoying, bro. Just want the goddamn game to work.
way through. Sprinting past him, Sergeant Amir Ofer reaches the second doorway and spots a militant ahead. Ofer fires a burst into the...
Too much to ask for. Now we have to spend another 200,000 rubles to re-kit up and heal ourselves. Bro, like, this happens far too often for them not to be actively trying to fucking fix it. Like, I wasn't even in the raid. Stop it. I'm so confused as to what just happened. Because it definitely said I was in that raid.
The building as
I
the
get my
militant
best
returns
scavs
fire.
on,
Within seconds, the militant
like, I load in with the best stuff on, factory. But I can find more stuff, I think, on Lighthouse if I don't die off spawn.
outside, Yoni Netanyahu steps away from the building, observing his force's progression. As he does so, a lone Ugandan soldier in a concealed position fires wildly towards the Israeli soldiers. Yoni is struck, collapsing to the ground with wounds to his chest and arms. Several Israelis return fire, neutralizing the Ugandan soldier. Spurred on by this, Ofer bursts into the big hall where the hostages are contained. As he enters, he turns right. To his rear,
Shot in the back.
Cruz and Kuhlman are crouched on the ground. As they turn to fire on Ofer, his team lead, Amnon Peled,
Pushes in and shoots both.
Mindful of his orders
Yep.
not to falter for the fallen, Netanyahu's men press on.
Wow. That's wild. They're entering over a dead body.
Goren and Muki Betzer now burst into the main hall, as a second militant emerges from behind a concrete column raising his Kalashnikov. Returning fire, Goren strikes the militant's weapon, rendering it useless. In the crossfire, hostages Ida Borochevich and Pasco Cohen are fatally wounded. Despite being ordered to stay prone, in a panic, hostage John Jack Maimoni rises to his feet and is shot dead by an Israeli. The identity.
I say that. I say that and then I don't spawn with anything good.
Hey, stop shooting. Hey, disrespectful.
Нормас, нормас. Охуенно сейчас поживимся.
Someone's running around calling someone a cheater. When I got in here. Over there.
Ща к барыгам, а потом по бабам. Опачки.
Extra gun here if you want.
Чики-брики, пальчик выкинь. Есть кто, нет? Гага изи.
Level 3 bites.
Нормально, нормально.
Don't believe it's fair that my throne is all I am.
Rushing to his aid, Yitzhak David is also shot dead as orders to remain prone are barked. All 4 militants guarding the hostages have now been neutralized, with the firefight lasting just 50 seconds. Israeli operators now head towards the militants' living quarters and a small hall at the end of the building. The remainder of Bester, Peled, Zussman, and Amos Ben Avraham's team
They just killed
push
4
into the
Israelis.
hall via the second entrance. Reaching the entrance to the small hall, Lieutenant Giora Zussman enters, spraying the room with rounds. As he retires to the entrance, 2 members of his team race past, firing into the kitchen area at the end of the hallway. Here they find 2 dead Ugandan soldiers. Men of Danny Arditi's team attempt to breach the militants' living quarters. Unable to enter, one operator throws a grenade which fails to go through a window, bouncing back, wounding one of Arditi's men.
Wow.
Zussman and Reisman now venture further into the building. Covering their rear is Tamir Prado.
The window
As they
bounced it
advance,
back.
They encounter 2 figures dressed in civilian clothing. Zussman passes by, but Reisman halts, noticing their military webbing loaded with grenades. Reisman shoots them dead. As they fall to the ground, a grenade rolls out, but the blast is blocked by the corpses. Arditi's team is able to break in through a narrow window and mop up the militants' quarters, assisted by men of Ben Avraham's team. In total, 7 of the 10 militants have been killed. At the other end of the terminal building, Captain Riker clears the customs hall and moves up the stairs to the second floor. 2 Ugandans are shot dead trying to descend the staircase. Captain Yiftar and Rani Cohen rush into the final room at the top of the staircase, the Ugandan soldiers' living quarters. As they breach, they find the room littered with abandoned blankets. The rest of the Ugandans have simply fled. With the last room cleared, the two climb to the roof, where they spot the firefight taking place between Arnon and...
Be right back. I gotta take the dog out. Tech. Bro, tech family. Family. Wow, how many minutes did we fucking wait to get into this raid? Holy. Bro, that needs to be like 5 to 10 seconds shorter. That's crazy. I just got desync shot, bro. I just got shot from downstairs in my leg. That was raw desync, bro. What the fuck shot me in the leg? Sounded like a shotgun. I think this guy's crouch walking. Don't you love that when you clash with something, you literally lag now? Isn't that so good? I hate this fucking map. There's a guy downstairs. He's just sitting somewhere. I don't know. He shot me in the leg when I was running in, and he hasn't moved since. Yeah. This is like, so whenever you have this extract requires power. This extract requires a key. Sorry. 13 requires power. 12 requires a key and it has to be open. 11 is the only extract I have on this map that I can just walk to without having to worry about whether or not it's there. My only other extract is Dorms VX. Old Gas, I would have to go to Old Gas and check to see if it was there. We don't know. Whenever those exclamation points are there, like, yeah, you just... I recommend maps, brother. Mapgenie.io. I'm pretty sure you can look at all of the non-work in progress maps. Why isn't this? Oh. You were probably in the wrong place. It's very easy to be in the wrong place. I got turned around a lot on this map whenever I first started. Like right here and right here. Or no. Yeah. Right here always confused me. I don't know why, but it did. There's basically nothing up here. There's literally nothing to do up here. There's nothing up here. The only thing that's up here are a couple of scavs, and then like sometimes scavs will spawn. But usually it's just players. Trying to snipe. This guy has not moved his fucking feet unless he's crouch walking. I think he's crouch walking. Bro, he's somewhere just static, not moving. I hate this. It'd be one thing if we had an hour in raid, but like, we don't. So. All right. So my extracts are underneath Fortress. ZB13 is underneath Fortress and requires you to cut on power, which is in one of the shack buildings, like over here. ZB11 is the far corner extract, the far corner bunker extract. ZB12 is the other bunker extract that's in between the in between Fortress and ZB11, that corner of the map. This is new gas. A boss used to spawn here, but they don't spawn here anymore. I think these are just scavs. Yes. Takes forever in the day to reload this fucking gun. Oh shit. How is he eating that many LPS rounds, brother? They really shot on this gun, this white man. Ah, no. So in this building is where you cut on power. You've got the sniper scav that spawns up there, up there. There are a couple of scavs that spawn in that warehouse. But that building right there is how you turn on power to ZB. You can get to it through a there's a building that has doors on each side that will allow you to go through the fence without having to jump over it somewhere or find a hole somewhere. But it requires a factory key, and you have to use it. Takes two uses. You have to use it to open both sides. So it's better to just go through a hole rather than wasting factory key uses. Ah, shit. No, he did the double tap thing. It's just not a good gun. This is why this gun is not good. A sniper scav can spawn up here, and scavs spawn here. Scavs are fucking dumb this way, bro. Oh, he can see me, 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 he can see me. Ah, shit, no, no, no! I can't shoot through that fucking hole, man. I'm not gonna complain. I really need to up my sniper skill. This is really helping. We're working on mag drills. Sniper skill. Oh, it's not leveling sniper skill. Is this not considered marksman rifle this wipe? Of course it is. Ah! I am out of bullets. Ah, there you are. Okay. It just keeps spawning in more and more scabs, bro. I'm out of bullets. All right. Right. There is a hidden stash that spawns here. So be careful. That is a scab extract. That's factory far corner over there. Your broadcast studio is in that building for whenever you get to broadcast. A lot of people camp in this building that I'm aiming at. It's right next to an extract. It's right next to ZB11. Something walked by there. I just saw the head. Could have been the walking creature that we heard, but it could be something completely different. Could have been a scav. And this is ZB11. Go to gaming, interactive map, full screen, customs. We spawned in here. Went here. Went here. Went around. Or no, we went in front of Sniper Ridge. There's this duffel bag. That's that little building. Here. 1 to 3 plus. Okay. Then we went through here. Over to here. And then we went here. So this is factory far corner, admin, gate, and scav checkpoint. These are all scav extracts. Look at all of these scav extracts. But then there's only like 2 usable extracts per raid on a PMC. Kind of dumb. This gun was considered a sniper rifle last wipe, and it was better. The SVD was way better last wipe. I forgot to stash. Flint. Okay. Easy. That's street bullshit. So if we want to get network provider this wipe, we've got to do this quest line. Eliminate 25 enemies. That's actually not difficult at Smuggler's Base. Smuggler's Base is the newest area of Shoreline. Da, da, da. really need a crossroads spawn next raid. Gonna ask if you'd be down for one raid together, but it's not all good. I generally don't do very well in squads. I'm not a people person. Like in as much as I appreciate people wanting to play with me, like I don't do well in groups, and I apologize for that. But yeah, one day we very well may do a couple of squads, but yeah, we'll probably make a day out of it. Probably won't be a regular thing. Found a tank battery in an airdrop. I just wish they didn't ruin airdrops, man. Airdrops were really good last wipe when they were found in raid, but now they're not that great because nothing's ever found in raid in them, so it's kind of, you're just vendoring it all. Yeah, it's not great.
In general, and send it to me.
So like you can't call in an airdrop and find like quest items and stuff now. None of the Kappa items that come out of airdrops are good for Kappa anymore because they have to be found in raid. Like it's just.
I'm beginning to see a pattern here that I'm not so sure if I like.
So they made it to where you can't get any quest items or any sort of like you can't sell the stuff that you get out of them. And on Fleet, it's just kind of dumb. I don't know why.
Like a big bang. You guys remember those?
I guess because people were abusing them, or Nikita didn't like that people were running into raid with just a flare, getting the airdrop and then leaving without like actually interacting with anything else.
Rip rounds.
Because it's actually a really good way to level like your search skill and stuff. You pop a 3 BTG and then you hit an airdrop and it'll almost instantly loot most of it after a while. I wish they didn't change the way things leveled. Like things are leveling so much slower this wipe than they were last wipe, for me anyway. Like in terms of skills, character skills, they're not loading very fast. In terms of character skills.
Нормас. Охуенно сейчас поженимся. Ну чё, попадос вам тут всем, залетные?
Сука, ёбнули нашего!
Буду бить аккуратно, но сильно. Ну, шкура цела уже неплохо.
This was my favorite 545 muzzle brake last wipe. So the change for the Found and Raid came about with the fact that the gear itself is not actually found in Raid because it didn't start in the Raid, was the whole kind of explanation that I heard about it. That's just kind of dumb. It didn't start in Raid, so it doesn't have a Found in Raid. But it was looted in Raid. I had to extract with it. It's just weird.
Like those crazy segmented hollow points that were all the rage like 10 years ago. I think the point was it was like a hollow point, but each one of those little pieces would just break off and just kind of grenade into somebody. Innovation. I think they even added them to Tarkov. Well, they made them in things like 9mm, 40, 45. But what if
That rip ammo, boys.
out of self-defense you had to take down something a lot bigger, like an elephant or a killer whale or an angry blue-haired Austin feminist? I present to you the fake ad for the 40mm RIP round. 40mm, 8 pedals, 5,000 grains. Problems it can't solve?
Holy shit.
That would have to detonate a grenade launcher. For reference on how much 5,000 grains is, I think
40mm rip.
your typical 50
Nikita win.
BMG round, you know, your big boy. I think that's...
Bro, imagine. Yeah, it's a rip round, but it goes in a 40mm grenade launcher. Like 9mm rip, except it's 40mm.
5,000 grains is, I think your typical 50 BMG round, you know, your big boy. I think that's 667 grains. God, if I had that, what is it Archer said? I could kill a building. But moving on, have you ever run out of ammo for your shotgun and think, you know what? I have an
Could kill a building.
The idea is to just fill the chambers with 22 bullets and close her up and just say inshallah. Then you're like this guy. This
Holy
is
fuck.
philosophy of, like, you know, shoving the 50 BMG into the 12 gauge because it fits. You know, if God didn't want us to do it, he wouldn't have made it fit. We actually tested that one too.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. We were here for that one.
I wouldn't advise it.
I would not do that ever.
Like this. Not just like a double barrel shotgun I'd shove 22 inside of. I actually got this thing for my 40mm grenade launcher. Unscrew this in the back.
Wait.
Load your 22 in.
Oh shit!
In like so.
Bro.
40mm grenade launcher. Unscrew this in the back. Just load your 22 in the back. Just load your.
It shoots like 15, 22 bullets at a time, bro.
22 in like so, and then voila, you just got a big ass shotgun. 15.
It shoots 15, 22 rounds at a time, bro.
Count if you'd like. Yeah, you just turn your 40mm grenade launcher into just a big old shotgun. Weirdly similar effect to that 40mm RIP round we were looking at, except just not as horrifying. Also, let me know if you guys want to see this on the channel at some point.
I absolutely do want to see that on the channel, yes.
That caliber, don't. Now, when it comes to cursed gun images that just look weird and would make you just, by looking at it, say, what the fuck? Nothing quite holds a candle to improvised weapons, like this that was dropped on the subreddit. The caption was before and after test fire. This is a 22.
Stop it.
Tight duct tape to just a bent rod.
Stop.
Kind of like a grip. And a spring on it that's pushing a little metal sleeve
no!
to contact the back of the casing there. If you don't know, 22s are rim fire, so center fire cartridges.
You want to know what looks wicked, Skate? That looks wicked. I want to own one.
Is going to contact the back of the casing there. If you don't know, 22s are rim fire, so center fire cartridges when you have the primer right there in the middle, so the firing pin has to strike the middle of the round to set it off.
Rimfire.
Like
It's the rim.
As it says, you smack the rim, and the propellant is actually.
Where am I? Okay. I'm not super sure where I'm at right now. Okay, I know where I'm at. So this is power station. That is 338 Lapua. This is probably one of the furthest spawns away from where I needed to be. I believe that's a PMC. I missed that sky. Here you are, brother. The more that die, the better for us, because we gotta cross the entire map. More players that die, that is. That is Fortress, or Skelly. That's Fortress, that's Fortress. There's no way that's Skeleton, that's Fortress. They really need to reduce the arm fatigue for the SVD since it's not a sniper rifle anymore. We're basically just walking to our extract. So the reason we don't stay scoped in on this gun is because of how fast it drains your arm stamina. So like it's And you lose a lot of your ability to see around you. But like you can't stabilize your gun and hold your breath if you're out of arm stamina. Like it doesn't stabilize right. It starts acting weird. So whenever this fire is up, that means that, or this fire is going, that means that this extract is open. So if you have Smuggler's Boat, if you have question marks like that and Smuggler's Boat, and that is going like that, you get to extract there in that bush. Those are the requirements for this extract, is that you have the extract and the fire is going. We're going, right now I'm going toward one of the only other extracts that's almost always open, Crossroads. Crossroads is on the other side of this bridge. That over there is called Land Bridge. That over there. This is Big Red. Inside of Big Red is Tarkon Director's office. It's a There are several quests that require you to go in there. It's at the top of the stairs. There's a set of stairs, and you go up, and it's the keyed office. One of them is breachable, one of them is not. The one that's not breachable is Tarkon's office. Someone just popped the flare over it. Crossroads. So Crossroads is over there. Trailer Park is over here. Is it this one or the top one? I don't remember. I can never remember. Okay, there's this one. And this is where you plant your golden Zippo. This is Trailer Park. Having to hold F is like really annoying. I think that we should be able to like not move our feet while we're hiding stuff or planting stuff, but I do believe that we should be able to move our gun and everything. Like maybe we can't move our feet. But we could spin and shoot, right? But if you shoot, it cancels the placement of the marker. Like that would work. I just hate not being able to move and look while I'm planting things. Oh, we have Trailer Park. Sick. Actually big. Oh shit, that is right there. Holy no way. You ready? This is Trailer Park. I honestly thought it was over there. Legitimately. See, none of it's found in raid anymore. What the fuck? Woof. Take. Get rid of that. Take that. Leave. Woof. Nah, I mean, they were players, but they weren't PMCs. Those are scavs. Player scavs. Oh shit, I did kill a player. Oh yeah. So yeah, that the first thing that I shot that was next to that tanker, that I said was naked. He was wearing the proper ears and the sling bag. Random question. You know, if I could drop a compass for your friend while in raid for him to keep. Not sure. Let me see if I have a compass. We'll see if we can drop it in raid.
The primer.
Quest not found. Wait, is like that quest actually not found? I don't want that trash. First things first, I need to sell all of this shit that I just got that isn't found in raid, and I don't want. Want that. Want that. No, I don't want that. Okay. So, you there, sir. Eliminate scavs on customs. Okay. Chemical part 1. Past life. Updated. Why would it need to be updated? There was nothing wrong with it last wipe. Oh. Okay. Locate the sleeping place, hand over information. It's just in this trail car, or this train car we have to go to. We've made a lot of ruble today. We made over 4 million ruble. We lost a lot too.
Epstein's support team and Ugandan soldiers up in the control tower. While the storming of the old terminal has been taking place, another assault team has rushed to storm the new terminal building, its control tower, and airport facilities, all of which have been captured quickly and secured. Precisely on schedule, Karnaf 2 lands and
Would I recommend Opera GX? Yes. If you use it on your game PC, it allows you to hard limit your RAM, your CPU, and your network.
The runway. 2 armed jeeps disembark, with 2 more special forces teams heading towards the old.
Otherwise, I would recommend like on your phone and stuff, or if you're going to be doing a lot of web browsing and not while you're gaming, I would recommend Brave.
Terminal.
But if you're going to be using it on your game PC, then Opera for sure. It uses less resources than the other ones,
I'm about to tell you might not be what you want.
and it has the ability to do that. Bro, I just don't like her voice.
They drive to join their comrades. The runway plunges into darkness as the runway lights are switched off. Despite this, Karnaf 3 lands with its complement of.
Brave is good. Brave is what I use on my phone. It is good at.
Заебись, удачно зашли.
You freak with your privacy? Yeah, me too. I like it.
Where is it?
Ничего, неплохой день, да? Ща к барыгам, а потом по бабам.
Смотрите, пацаны!
цела, уже неплохо. Скупчик.
Oh no.
Нормально, веревку подать.
Thought he was over here. Yeah, that'll happen fairly often. I just don't talk to them. Or you can talk, like, nothing wrong with talking to them, being social or anything, but like, just be mindful that a lot of them, especially later in wipe, will just fucking blow your brains out. If I spawn and I'm wearing a quest item or a kappa item, I usually take it off and put it in my bag.
Ну что, неплохой день, господа.
Just because I've been killed while looting over something that I was wearing on my head. They could have just asked me for it. I would have given it to them, but yeah. Would you ever kill a scav without them shooting you first? I have. I have. But it's not recommended because you lose rep. And if you have max scav rep, you lose everything that's over 6 down to like 5 point something. It's a lot of raids. It's several raids that you lose. Like, it's literally named a sniper rifle. They say it's a sniper rifle down here, but under classification, it's a fucking marksman rifle. And it's not leveling my sniper skill. Just found a Bastion helmet? Hell yeah. Those are good. Good enough. Okay, so eliminate with SVD. I honestly thought that was fuck, man. That sucks. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know. Actually, we might as well just wait until 10. Might as well just wait until 10.
2 further jeeps.
I have to definitely. It's because it's repeating. I think it's because you can mag dump with it that they changed its classification. It made Punisher too easy. I guess I don't know. I think now a lot of people are. Hell yeah, that's good. That's good. I think right now a lot of people are using 338 Lapua for their sniper quest. I can't buy those guns, I don't think. Lee. Sword. Yeah, they're 300,000 rubles. And it's considered a marksman rifle. Special sniper rifle. Right? Marksman rifle. How to raise. Landing hits, reloading, but it has to be a sniper rifle. See? There are your only the bolt actions. Oh, I thought that I was leveling sniper skill with this gun, but I'm not. But we still need to kill several more players with it, so I guess it's we're just shit out of luck. We gotta kill 9 more players with this gun. Right, I'm just killing scabs here, right? Customs, yeah. And going to get that. And we're waiting until 10.
And 30 more Special Forces operators are disembarked.
I have a 63% survival rate and an average lifespan of 23 minutes. It was higher than that, but we did some dying today. And we did a couple of run-throughs and AWOLs. But yeah, The game definitely, like, you get used to like where like it's a little easier to not die all the time, but some days you just die over and over and over.
Shortly after, Karnaf 4 lands, with 2 Peugeot 404 pickups, a 10-man Israeli Air Force crew.
With those stats, you're surviving over 1/3 of your raids. That's good.
A 10-man medical crew.
All you know is you're addicted as fuck to this game. Yeah, it's a good.
Major
It's
Sean Moffat
I like
brings
it
the
a
machine
lot.
guns on his armed Jeep
The worst part is the
to bear
player
on the
base.
control tower, while the Jeep moves to
And
take
it's
up position covering the military
not all of the
line
player
on the
base.
south
It's
road.
some of the player base that kind of ruins everything for everybody else.
Roads from Kampala. With the old terminal's control tower temporarily subdued,
Let it, bro.
with its
Get after
16-man
it.
contingent of operators is brought forward. While still exchanging fire with Ugandan soldiers in the tower, the process of loading the hostages on board begins. The Jeep covering the military runway identifies 5 MiG-21s and 3 MiG-17s. The men in the vehicle open fire on the aircraft with machine guns. All are rendered inoperable, with several set alight. With fresh Ugandan troops observed approaching from the north, the entire force rushes to re-embark on the Karnafs. With all of the hostages accounted for, Karnaf 4 rolls down the taxiway towards the main runway to take off. The Jeeps fight a
That is
holding
good. That's
action against
good.
the remaining
I don't
Ugandans,
play anything else.
while the operators refuel
I just
and then
play
load
Tarkov.
onto the other aircraft. As the last Israeli soldiers board, smoke grenades.
It definitely forces you to pay more attention to your game, I think,
nearby to shroud the
compared to other shooters where you can pay half attention and be pretty good at them.
Entire raiding force loaded. The remaining aircraft taxi towards the runway, where they will safely take off into the darkness. The raid on Entebbe would become immortalized in Israel, with 102 of 106 hostages rescued and 7 hijackers eliminated. The operation is a resounding success. Yoni Netanyahu would himself become a national hero, alongside the 5 others wounded during the raid. The sheer
A national hero.
forces halfway across the world land at the airport, perform the raid, refuel, and then take back off to fly home again, would grant the Entebbe raid status as one of the most daring and frankly outrageous Special Forces raids ever conducted. On our sister channel, The Intel Reports, this week, we're looking at why the hijackers took...
I made a promise to my daughter that I would get my college degree. I had 20 years of...
We've got to kill 29 more players between 10 and 6. Or no, we need to 10 and 5. We need to kill 26 more players between 10 and 5. 64 survives and 96 KIAs.
It's 11:30 a.m.
That's not bad for your first wipe.
A car pulls up next to the Iranian embassy.
Not
at
bad.
Prince's Gate in South Kensington in London.
One thing that I don't like about the KD and how it's not like it counts all of your kills. That's not just player kills. That's players, scabs, bosses, everything.
Men armed with submachine guns and automatic pistols quickly exit the car, run across the street, and burst through the embassy's front doors, shouting and firing.
Like, imagine if we had a PMC, like a player kill KD, a scav kill KD, and a boss kill KD. So you would see how many times you've ran into a boss and died, how many times you've ran into scavs and died. Like, what's your kill death over scavs versus bosses versus players? That would be a cool breakdown. Damn, still going? Yeah, I didn't have to pick the kids up today. So didn't have to pick any kids up today.
Firing wildly into the air. The diplomatic constable, PC Trevor Locke, is swiftly detained by the attackers, who then round up 26 hostages from the embassy staff and visitors. However, Locke presses the panic button on his radio before he is overwhelmed, alerting Scotland Yard to this developing crisis in the heart of London. The 6 men come from the oil-rich Iranian region of Kazakhstan, an area long repressed by the Shah of Iran. A year earlier in 1979, the Iranian Revolution toppled the Shah and brought Ayatollah Khomeini to power. The Kazakhstanis supported the revolution in the hope that Khomeini would
You not long
gain
woke back
greater
up?
autonomy. However,
Well, good morning,
Khomeini
brother.
proves just as brutal in his management of the region, sparking a rebellion which is aggressively crushed.
Even though it's
Hundreds of
nighttime.
Kazakhstanis are killed or imprisoned, but the crackdown inspires a group calling themselves the Democratic Revolutionary Front for the Liberation of Arabistan to carry out militant action
The
against
fuck is Arabistan?
The front plans to give the Ayatollah a taste of his own medicine.
934, feeling rough? I feel pretty rough. I've got a sinus infection.
Who is eager to annex Kazakhstan into his own country. The 6 men in 16 Prince's Gate have been trained and armed by the Iraqi government, who smuggle their weapons into London in the Iraqi diplomatic bag.
Those days are tough, man.
Plan to use their hostages to force the Iranian government to release Kazakhstani prisoners. Their leader, Awan Ali Mohammed, promises the hostages will all die if their demands are not met. At the embassy, London Metropolitan Police are on the scene within minutes, and the outside of the building is secured. At the same time, members of the elite Special Air Service are finishing a training exercise in the famous Killing House at their headquarters in Herefordshire when their alert beepers go off. Confused, the soldiers wonder if it's a mistake until they receive a simple message from SAS Director Peter de Billier in London. This is the real thing, pack your gear. 22 Regiment SAS is dispatched to London under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Michael Rhodes.
Thank you for the sub, Chilled. Welcome back,
When the
bud.
SAS team is on its way, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and Home Secretary Willie Whitelaw agree on a strategy. The police will handle negotiations, but if a hostage is killed, then the SAS will storm the building. Negotiations begin between the police and Owan, who makes his demands known while the SAS prepares for a military assault. The next 4 days.
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
Negotiations drag on. The SAS, along with
Maybe Bezos defaulted on Twitch's payment and they canceled all the Prime subs.
have been carefully surveying the building.
Who knows?
To cover the sound of MI5 specialists implanting listening devices in the walls, the British government reroutes passenger flights bound
It's all
to
Jeff's
London
fault.
to fly low over the embassy. From May 1st to May 4th, Owan releases 4 hostages, 2 who had fallen ill, and 2 others after the BBC agrees to publicise his demands. The release of each hostage brings hope that the crisis will be resolved peacefully. However, on May the 5th, the 6th day, Owan is...
6th day. Chat, sorry. It's all the way over there, man. Oops. Welcome back, chat. I always expect them to be up there, but they're never up there because that's not their spawn. That was an accident. Those 10 bullets go so fast. They just go everywhere now. He just went through the crack in the fence. I think that's a player, actually. Saw red, there you are. Hello, brother. I'm not seeing any players, just scabs. Just scabs. Or I haven't seen any players yet. Yet. Enter reserve at night with a UMP and a flashlight? Fuck that. Don't go to reserve with anything, man. Ow. I can't see him there. I don't see him, bro. How does... That's a different person. Ah, there you are, brother. This dude shoot at me through this fence, bro. He was shooting at me through that fence.
Вон он, блядь, ебашь его!
Scope is insane. It's not my favorite scope in the game. I definitely prefer the Reap. Oh man. Oh yeah. Compass can be dropped in raid. Where'd that go? There you are. Bro, come on, goddamn leaves. Alright, where are my extracts? So, hopefully, the car is here. Yep. So the Reap is better because it refreshes at 60 hertz. This only refreshes at 30, I believe. It has a further range. It doesn't hinder your ADS speed as much. However, with the Reap, you can't zoom in. There is no zoom. So you're stuck at whatever it is. I think it's 2.5. But yeah. I like it. I like the Reap more than the Flare, but it is what it is. I like this song. I didn't even do my quest. I just killed a bunch of shit. Ah. Do I have the director's key somewhere? Maybe. Not bad.
Ну что, неплохой? Ну, шкура села уже неплохо. Ну чё, пацанчики, ну-ка, блядь, все сюда.
Hell yeah. GG's, bro. Still need to extract though. That stuff. I don't like reserve extracts. Well, I guess I don't mind most reserve extracts. It's just E2. I don't go down there. I don't participate in that part of the map.
Есть кто нет? Ну что, неплохой день, господа. Ну чё, попадос вам тут всем, залетные? Ну и чё тут?
It be like that, brother. Ad chat. Holy fuck, it ran a lot of them. Come on, one more flash drive, brother. One more flash drive, Nikita.
Чики-брики, пальчик вытни.
Bro, come on now. There we go. Wait. Possibility.
Живем, пацаны.
Don't at me. Oh, thick. It's my last one I needed. That's huge.
Ну что, неплохой день, господа.
Minutes left in raid. Not sure if I should go to the D2 extract or wait it out. I mean, talking about wait it out and go to armored. I don't know much about that map, or I would help. I mean, it is a bit risky. You gotta wait quite a while, and then scavs can extract there and stuff. It is pretty risky. Preserve is scary. It's pretty scary.
is becoming increasingly.
Isn't going for airdrops risky too, since it's probably bait? Yeah, unless you call it in or you're on your scav, and there's not a bunch of dead bodies around it. Yeah. And the fact that they're not, like, none of the items are found in raid in the airdrops now is it's not worth it.
Increasingly irritable at the lack of progress and has run out of patience.
And a lot of the time, it's just not worth it.
Foreign minister, who praises them, but ominously writes, "We feel certain that you are all ready for martyrdom alongside your nation." At 1:45 p.m., a series of shots are heard from within the embassy, and 5 hours later, a body is dumped outside the door, along with a threat that the militants will kill the rest of the hostages within 30 minutes if their demands are not met.
They were definitely worth it when everything was found in raid inside of them, but now that not, it's just
in local command.
not as good.
Plan is codenamed Operation Nimrod. 2 teams will assault the embassy at the same time. Red team will storm the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors from the roof, while blue team will clear the basement, ground, and 1st floor from the embassy garden. Both teams must breach at the exact same time to ensure surprise and give the hostages the best chance of survival. Even so, the British government is told by SAS Director de la Billier that the best case scenario is that 40% of the hostages will become casualties.
40% of your hostages will become casualties. That game gets community noted every time the ad is put on Twitch or Twitter, sorry, X.
New cameras trained on the embassy catch the SAS teams moving into position and snipers setting up on.
Undoubtedly, that's not what the game is like at all.
On a bank holiday, the entire nation is about to watch the rescue operation take place live on their televisions. At 7:23 p.m., the code word Hyde Park signals red team to hitch up while blue team moves to breach the back door. 2 minutes later, London Bridge is radioed to the SAS men, and Operation Nimrod begins. A diversionary explosion blows in the 2nd floor skylight, which is also intended to coincide with red and blue team breaching the building. However, Warrant Officer Thomas Goodyear becomes stuck on his abseiling rope, and red team cannot breach the windows using explosives for fear of wounding him. They instead smash the windows and toss stun grenades as snipers fire CS gas into the building. Director de la Billier immediately senses the start of the operation has gone wrong because the teams have failed to synchronize their breaches. The stun grenades ignite the window curtains, and the flames set Sergeant Tommy Palmer's gas mask on fire as he enters the building. Despite the CS gas, Palmer tears off his gas mask and leads his 4-man team into the building while slapping at his singed hair.
Yo, it's so nerve-wracking waiting at that train.
On the other side of the room,
It's so nerve-wracking, I hate it.
And points his MP5 submachine gun at him, for it to jam as he squeezes the trigger.
Wow.
The militant sprints into the hallway with a hand grenade.
You heard that right, his MP5 jammed. His HK jammed on him in the line of duty.
And heads for the telex room, where most of the male hostages are being kept. Running after him into the hallway, Palmer calmly pulls his sidearm and drops the man with a single shot to the head before taking
Less than 10 minutes left in raid.
Upon realizing they are being attacked, the 3 militants
It'll leave.
begin indiscriminately shooting the male hostages, killing 1 and wounding 2 others. Hearing the shooting, Palmer leads his team to the telex room. They burst through the door where the militants quickly try to hide among the hostages. One of them rises to throw a grenade, but is shot by an SAS operator. Another is lying on the ground, but is discovered and shot when he also attempts to detonate a grenade. Palmer and the SAS team begin evacuating the hostages out of the telex room, not knowing that one of the militants is hidden among them. Meanwhile, half of blue team emerges onto the 1st floor balcony and detonates a frame charge, blowing in the reinforced windows before tossing in stun grenades. One of the hostages, BBC employee Sim Harris, is in the room but unharmed. Blue team moves to the next room, where PC Locke is fighting for his life. The police officer had tackled the militants' leader Awan when the assault began, and is attempting to draw the revolver he has carefully concealed since the beginning of the siege. However, Awan has gained the upper hand, and is about to shoot Locke when an SAS soldier shoves the militant leader, and another kills him with a burst from his MP5. Both Harris and Locke are safely evacuated. The other half of Blue Team breaches through the rear doors on the ground floor, led by Staff Sergeant Peter Winner. The ground floor is clear, and Winner leads the team to the cellar. After tossing stun grenades, Winner spots a crouching figure in the corner of the darkened room, and empties his entire magazine into it. He finds out later that he has just shot up a dustbin. One floor above, the female hostages are found unharmed.
It'd be like that, bro.
In the cipher room by Red Team.
It'd be like that.
The rest of the hostages being
He shot up a trash can, thinking it was a man in the corner. It'd be like that.
Hostages down the stairs.
Same, bro.
Notices the hidden militant among them with a grenade in his hand. Before the militant can pull the pin, Winner instinctively bashes the man with his MP5, sending him crashing down the stairs where 2 SAS soldiers unload into him. The hostages are evacuated to the back garden, where they are bound with plastic cuffs to await identification. One militant is still at large, before Sim Harris recognizes him on the ground, and he is taken into custody. Operation Nimrod is over after 17 minutes.
Wow.
The crime scene is returned to the police, and the SAS teams
That was
disappear back to their makeshift
efficient.
headquarters, where, during their debriefing, the men are visited by an unexpected guest. Prime Minister Thatcher walks into the room and announces, "Gentlemen, there is nothing sweeter than success, and you boys have got it." Amid loud cheering, the men are served ice-cold beer. The rescue operation is a success. Of the original 26 hostages, all but 1 is saved, and 5 of the 6 militants have been killed. The SAS has long been an organisation that is content with operating in the shadows, but now the bravery and professionalism of its servicemen is on full display for the world to see. Millions of Britons have witnessed their extraordinary work in real time, and over the next few years, the SAS will be swamped by applicants wanting to join their ranks.
Wait, what? 7 minutes, 30 seconds. It should have came by now. It's leaving. It's leaving. Twice is leaving. Where the fuck did this guy go? Wait, am I not? Oh, I thought it was broken there. Where the fuck did this dude go? Okay, he's dead. Oh yeah, bro had a 100-round RPK mag on him as well. Who brings that shit in the raid, dude? I wouldn't want to reload the fucking thing. I don't see anything. Like, I have only seen that one guy in this scab. Like, not even dead. I haven't even seen a whole lot of stuff that's dead, bro. That's the one of those is the broadcast room. Oh man. Oh, I'm still heavy. Someone turned the moon off. Damn. I gotta piss. I might die here. I'm back. Excuse me. Oh. See, like, it's important to, like, check your extracts. Because I didn't. Look, somebody's been here since we came through. What the fuck did I just see up there? What is that? Is that a light? Gotta be, right? It was said it was running ads. I didn't get any. keep seeing something there moving. Ah, there you are, brother. That's a dead guy, isn't it? Yep. That's hilarious. That's where I killed both of those guys last raid. Would you say the dog tag cases are worth it? Yes, because there are many hand over dog tag quests, and it's good to be able to save all of your dog tags to hand over for quests. Also, Max Therapist allows you to barter 100 level so whatever dog tags for a scab junk box. So like, unless you really need money, there's it's better to keep your dog tags than to sell them. I usually sell everything under level 10 ish, 10 to 15. I definitely think it's worth it. And sometimes, like, towards the end of the wipe, Nikita adds in, like, dog tag barters, extra dog tag barters, and stuff like that. Um. Wait, who? Obtain items. What? Oh, oh. This is the one you can just buy and hand over. Gotcha. Ba-da. Chemical part 2. Seven more scabs and 7 more PMCs. I didn't kill any PMCs last raid. Yep, just finished part 1. Yeah, think about it like this, like dog tag cases are useful because, you know, if you're literally saving 99 spaces whenever you buy a dog tag case. Like it has 100 slots inside of it. Yeah, I just finished part 1. I just did that one.
Today on Grand Thumb. In a world.
2 away from 15? Hell yeah. Flea makes it much easier to play the game.
Science
And build
can't be
guns.
trusted. Where facts aren't facts. We give you science that you can trust. And today on Grand Thumb, we'll be testing
The Spaz.
shotguns. Do they work when frozen? Which ones work when frozen? Charlie, what do you think?
If the one I want to win loses, we're gonna see how they paint against the wall.
I can't wait to see. Today on Grand Thumb, the freezing shotgun test.
Yeah, we got snowmobile, dude. We don't gotta run.
But before we get into it, we of course have to thank the biggest sponsor of the channel, who is who, Charlie?
Snort.
All right.
Чики-брики, пальчик выкинь. Ну чё, попадос вам тут всем, залет.
Someone just shut the door upstairs.
Ну чё, пацанчики, ну-ка, блядь, все сюда ко мне.
Oh shit. Oops. So like that. That's the only instance usually when I kill a player. Or if they start cussing at me. Saj. Yep. He was friendly. Saj. Point fucking one, bro. Oh, that hurts so bad. Bro, that's running 10 scav raids. That's a long fucking time. Like, that's 30 minutes just in waiting. If you go to big maps, it's way more than 30 minutes. Now you gotta be a friendly scav for 10 raids? Yeah. Not really, huh? Nah. Fuck them. Fuck them. .4, so I was 5.54. I was at 5.64. Or yeah, something like that. Something like that. I'm not using these fucking helmets. Yes. Yes. With every scav that you kill after they start shooting at you, is more rep you've lost after you kill that first scav. I need a gas. View. So best to just run away and extract. Absolutely. Yeah. Definitely run away and extract. Absolutely. Right, that's what I'm doing. Okay. That's what I was... Got 4 this morning. Got 4 labs cards this morning. And dorm key 206. Hell yeah, that's huge. All right, guys. I think I'm done for today. I will be back tomorrow for probably a regular stream. I appreciate everybody for hanging out. You guys are awesome. Hope everyone has a wonderful day or night. And I will catch you later.